I'm sitting, never having left from the last meeting. Why are you smiling?
Just having a good day is all.
I look up at her with an evil glare. Does this mean you'll stop being such a malicious... I stop myself from using the word I really want to use. I gather my papers and stand. She walks up and lays a hand on my arm. I turn to her with a scowl. Her fingers splay along my bicep as her lips part.
I could help you with all that pent-up anger. When's the last time you were with a woman, Bryce?
I clench my jaw. That's none of your business.
Your new assistant is nice, but I don't get the impression you're the sexton she likes.
Missy's tone is taunting. Her finger runs up and down my arm as she gets closer.
I, on the other hand, have always found you to be the sexiest sexton.
Not a compliment. I pull away from her and walk around the table. The woman slept with my brother when they were teenagers and is married to my father, and now she's got her eye on me. I'm not foolish enough not to know that Missy Sexton uses her body to get what she wants.
I also find you to be the most stubborn.
She grunts.
You know, you really are a fool, Bryce. You have no idea how close I am to getting what I want.
My feet halt at the door. I slowly turn around. Is that a threat?
If Austin keeps drag racing and you keep fucking your assistants, you'll practically be handing the company over to me and your father.
Her threat speaks volumes. What do you have up your sleeve, Missy? She loosens her grip. She runs a finger up my arm to my shoulder and skims the line of my jaw. Her breasts, which are pouring out of the V-neck of her dress, are pushed up against my side.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
She whispers into my ear. I raise my chin up and away from her. Who have you gotten to? She laughs.
No one. Why? Is there someone who is willing to come forward to take down the almighty Bryce Sexton?
I step away from her. There's no one. She raises a brow as she leans on the conference table with her hands on the mahogany, her chest heaving forward.
You don't look so confident.
Her blonde hair and pale skin make her look soft on the outside. Inside, she's a cold-hearted bitch. What do you want? I step away from her. My voice is vicious yet controlled. What will it take for you and father to walk away? How much money do you need?
I want it all,
she shouts. She pushes off the table and stalks toward me.
I'm selling this fucking company whether you like it or not. I'm warning you for the last time, Bryce. Either you're on board or I'm taking you down.
There's a manic expression in her eyes. For as composed as she might appear, her eyes give away more than what she's saying. She's punishing me, punishing my family, punishing someone. For what? I'm not sure. My father doesn't really care about selling, does he? It's all you.
Your father does what I tell him.
Her words ring in my ears. She's the master puppeteer, and he's her marionette. What do you have on him? I ask cautiously.
That reminds me. I need you and your brother to join us for dinner this week. We haven't had a good photo op in a while, and I need everyone to be seen as the happy little family, It's good for business."
Without another word, she lets out a huff and spins on her stilettos. I watch as she stalks out of the conference room and gently closes the door behind her. My money is on the fact that everything she's saying is a bluff, but I'm wise enough to keep her at arm's length. Could Missy really have something on my father? If so, why the hell would he have married her? And why do I have to waste another day pretending to be a family when all we've become are strictly business partners? I shake my head. I'm losing my fucking mind. What I should be worried about is my job. Missy can try all she wants, but I've never done anything illegal. I could never be convicted of a crime, no matter how hard she tries. Jalen is not at her desk when I get there, so I walk into my office, slam the door, and look out the window. There's the perfect view of Alcatraz. It's fitting. A prison from my prison. I fucking hate when I think like that. This place shouldn't feel like a prison, yet the cuffs Missy and my father have around my fucking ankles make me feel like I can't leave. No sooner am I running my hands through my hair does Austin open my door and saunter in. He's looking back toward the door, his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. Yes. I don't look up as I take my seat and tap on the keyboard to start up my computer. Usually, I have to threaten him to come into my office. The fact that he's here of his own accord means he wants something. He's still looking toward my door as he says, "I just emailed you the request from Sergeant Miller on the print conditions of the interview." Austin secured an interview with a sergeant in the Marines that every media outlet in the country has been vying for. The man saved 12 men during a raid, only to have his entire body ravaged by a bomb. He's missing a leg and an arm, and he has severe burns. No one has been able to get him in front of the camera, until now. It's the most impressive interview we've had in years. It's all because Austin has a personal connection from being in the Marines. A reminder to me of how he enrolled in the Marines right out of college, instead of coming to work here. Yes, I know the Marines are no fucking joke. I honor and value our servicemen and women. I just know my brother. He didn't enroll for valor. He enrolled to run away from his responsibilities. And when he almost died, trying to do so, I almost died myself from grief. He has no idea how his actions impact me and this family. He doesn't care about our feelings. He just does what he wants, not thinking about what could happen if things don't work out. I wouldn't have a brother. He survived an IED explosion, and now I fear I'll lose him to a car crash. Fuck, I'm losing my mind today. You came just to tell me that? I ask, knowing he has an ulterior motive. I have a feeling it has to do with the girl who sits on the other side of the door. Jalen won't be back for another hour. She's scouting sources for a certain story on drag racing she's working on. I growl at him in frustration. It's his fault she had to take on this side project. Why would I care where she is? She's a pain in the ass and she smells like peaches. It gives me a damn headache. I look up with a raised brow. He's full of shit, and I don't have time for it. I just had a heart-to-heart with Missy. You're walking a thin line with her, as am I. The strategy is, play nice. I don't care what you think of her, or how angry you are with Dad. Just don't do anything to piss them off, not until I have a handle on what they have on us. On us? He asks. I adjust my tie and twist in my seat and get back to work. I see the email he sent me and open it up. Austin runs the digital portion of the company and is going to produce a subsequent set of interviews that will only air on our website to draw web traffic. It's a brilliant idea, since the wave of information is now traveling on screens rather than paper. Austin turns around to leave, and I find myself compelled to ask, "What would you do?" He stops and turns back to me, unsure of the question I'm asking. "If we stopped fighting Father and Missy for the company, what would you do with your life?" I don't know what I expect him to say. Maybe become a NASCAR driver or a movie investor, mainly action flicks. I could even see him saying he wanted to live in a cabin on top of a mountain and drink whiskey all day while listening to rock music. "Nothing," he says with a raised jaw. "There is absolutely nothing I'd rather do than work for the company our mother built." His answer is surprising. "Do you like working here because you actually like what you do, or because it was Mom's?" "Both." He doesn't skip a beat. "I work my ass off, getting the stories of good men and women told, not the salacious propaganda we see every day. And I do whatever I can to stay away from publishing the gossip Missy shoves down my throat. I'm proud of my content, and I'm damn proud to be Marina Sexton's son and producer to pass on her legacy." His self-righteous attitude is off-putting. Yes, he's doing a decent job and bringing integrity back to the digital division, but he acts like he's doing the world a favor by being a siren for the news world. 18 months on the job and you think you're fucking Pulitzer, I say. "Fuck off," Austin says, and rightfully so. "Maybe if you were here right after graduation, Missy wouldn't have been able to retain as much power as she has around here." "Don't piss on me because you couldn't control the reins without me here. How was I supposed to know they were going to pull this place apart while I was gone?" "You would have if you hadn't left." "I'm back now, so get over it." His words are loud. I've definitely pissed him off, and I feel like the biggest prick in the world for doing so. Sometimes, I even wonder where all my anger comes from and why I can't control it. I shake my head and then take a deep breath. "I'll look over the documents you emailed and get back to you." There's a quick shift in him. His jaw is clenched as he nods. "Yeah, okay." He walks out of the room and closes the door behind him. I toss my glasses on the desk and pinch the bridge of my nose. I hate fighting with my brother. There's just so much animosity between us that I have a difficult time separating the past from the present. My phone vibrates on my desk. I put my glasses back on and lift it to see a text from Tessa. It's a selfie, a picture of her in the t-shirt I gave her. I saw it in the window of a store on my way to a meeting yesterday. I had Brantley pull over so I could get a better look and purchased it on the spot. Tessa looks beautiful in the picture. Her long brown hair is down and over her shoulders, covering some of the words. Her eyes are looking straight into the camera. All the anger and annoyance I was feeling moments ago lightens a little from just looking at her face. I don't know if her wearing my shirt means she thinks of us as a couple, but I won't push it. For now, I'm going to enjoy looking at my girl because I'm sure in moments it will all get blown to hell. I mean, doesn't everything?
Chapter 14. Tessa. There are definitely more names. Hopefully, they come to light before we go to trial. My mom is going on and on about a case she's working on. but I can't focus on one word coming out of her mouth. All that is going through my mind is Bryce. And that kiss. When he arrived and saw Charlie for the first time, I saw shock cross his face. But then it turned into something completely different. It was an understanding. I almost felt as if he was relieved to see Charlie. My mom pauses in her conversation, but it takes me a few seconds to realize she's stopped talking. I look up from my food to find her staring at me with raised brows. "What's going on up there?" She motions to the top of my head. "It's nothing. Just the life of a mom, you know?" I try to brush off the subject. "Yes, actually, I do know. But I also know when my daughter is beating around the bush. We don't beat around the bush in this family. We speak up." I sigh. "Can we just drop it?" "Sorry, you know I can't." She takes a heaping bite of her Eggs Benedict. "Can you at least refrain from talking about your clients in front of Charlie? He's impressionable." I glance to Charlie, who is swirling his pancake around on his plate to get all the syrup he possibly can. Mom waves me off. "You're raising a man, my dear. He needs to hear about real-life issues. Isn't that right, baby?" He looks up at her with a mouth full of food. "I will not let my silence perpetuate sexism." I look at my mother with a dropped jaw. "What are you teaching him?" "Oh, hush. He's ahead of his time. Charlie, tell your mother what a woman is." "Not a commodity. Nor is she intellectually or physically inferior to a man. She is my equal," he says. I don't know if I should be proud or upset. "When did you teach him this?" "On our little dates. We haven't had one in a long time." She leans over the table and grabs Charlie's hand. "Charlie, baby, how about I stick around today and take you on a date tonight, just you and me? We'll go to that Chinese place you like so much." At the mention of Chinese food, I gasp. And without missing a beat, Charlie chimes right in. "Bryce bought us Chinese last week. Mommy, do you think we can find out what restaurant that came from? I might be up to try that Pow one tonight." He makes a karate move with his arms. "Is Bryce a delivery man?" Mom suspiciously eyes me. He shrugs. "Not sure. He was wearing a suit and tie. He's Mommy's friend. He stayed for spaghetti and meatballs, too." My mom raises her eyebrows. 2 dinners. She looks at me with an intrigued gaze, and then turns back to Charlie. "Do you like Bryce?" "Of course. He brought me to Boy Scouts," Charlie announces. I can't help the laugh that escapes my lips as I drop my head back. If only like was as easy as liking someone because they brought you Chinese food and to Boy Scouts. My mother, on the other hand, is not as happy. She's been part of every decision in my and Charlie's lives. Finding out I have a man in my life from Charlie is not something she's happy about. The way she purses her lips, trying to act all sly, irritates me a little. My entire life, she's been in my business. That's one of the reasons I moved to San Francisco. so I could live my life away from the scrutiny of her gaze and make my own decisions. I'm appreciative of everything she's done for me, honestly. It's just, at a certain time in a young woman's life, in a single mom's life, you want to stand on your own 2 feet. You can see how far that actually got me. Now, she just has to ask Charlie, and he'll rat me out in seconds. Well played, Mom. Well played. He took you to Boy Scouts. And why couldn't your mother? She asks. Mom came, but Bryce made the vegetable car with us. And we came in second in the race. It was so much fun. Charlie grabs his chocolate milk and drinks a huge gulp, giving him a chocolate milk mustache. I take a napkin to wipe down his face. And what about Mommy here? Do you like this man? She folds a hand under her chin, as if she's keenly interested in my answer. I shrug, not sure how to answer. She goes straight for the gullible source. Charlie, when you woke up the next morning, was the man still there? Mom, I say, exasperated. She coolly eyes me and then turns back to Charlie. I scruff up Charlie's hair as I say to him, why don't you run over there and pick out our dessert from the pastry case? Without another word, Charlie jumps up and I turn back to my mother. Please stop. She holds her hands up in defense. You're the one introducing strange men to your son. You can't get mad at me for prying. What's his last name? You are not looking him up. Oh, damn straight I am. I refuse. Jones, I lie. I don't know what kind of skeletons Bryce has in his closet, and I damn well don't want her uncovering them. I'd like to do that on my own, thank you very much. Bryce Jones. Well, Charlie's out of earshot, so here's your chance. Tell me everything I need to know about the man you have been keeping from me. I defensively cross my arms. Please don't make me feel bad. Feel bad about what? Liking someone. I know, Mother. I know I don't need a man in my life to make me happy. But the truth is, he makes me happy. Bryce is funny and kind. He's dedicated. I say with a laugh, mostly to myself, as I recall how he sat outside my job, waiting to ask me for coffee. He has humility. I picture him in his Lions t-shirt, having a vegetable car race with Charlie. He's smart and giving. He's someone I enjoy spending time with. I'm not dependent on him in any way, and we're not a couple. Just 2 people who have shared a coffee and now 2 dinners together while in the presence of my child, who happens to think he's pretty great. So please, trust that I know what I'm doing. My words are said with confidence, even though I have no idea what I'm doing with Bryce. My mother is staring at me with a tilted head and squinted eyes. She's appraising me, looking to see if I'm totally full of bullshit. Okay, I'll back off. That's it? I look around for the candid camera. Yep. She lifts her coffee cup to her lips. Okay. I look over at Charlie, who is looking at the cakes behind the domed glass. Only I would let my kid have cake for breakfast. On another note, the Masons want to take Charlie down to Legoland. I'm not sure how I feel about it. That's at the other end of the state, she states, shocked. Yes, I know. He's obsessed with Legos. And I think it will be good for them to spend time with him before he's old enough to realize he's too cool for his grandparents. But that's a long time for me to be away from him. I glance over to where he's standing, eyeing either the ice cream sundae or the chocolate cake. I'm not sure if I can take it. Well, maybe it will give you time to get to know this Bryce guy a little better. You have only had dinner with him with Charlie. This time, you'll be less chaperoned. My eyes feel like they're about to bug out of my head. Did that really just come out of your mouth? You, the queen of feminism, want me to get to know a man better? It's a woman's right to do what she wishes with her body. Adult sexual gratification is a good thing, whether it be with a man or a woman. I'm just saying, it might be nice to explore without my sweet grandson within earshot. That's all. Mom, I'd never. I start to say, and then realize I did dry hump a man on my couch. I lower my voice to a whisper. I'd never have sex with Charlie home. And for the record, I never have. I haven't even been with anyone since he was conceived. While one might think my mother would love hearing this, she actually looks disappointed. Oh, honey, that's just sad. What do you mean? Wait. You didn't... Did you, date when I was growing up? I ask. I took you to all my rallies. What else did you think I was doing when I sent you to Grandma's house? My jaw drops. Not that I ever thought my mother wasn't desirable or sexual even. I just didn't think she liked men enough to even go to bed with them. I suppose a woman doesn't need a man. But if she did want to enjoy one for a night or two, that would be her prerogative. Charlie comes bouncing back. I'm gonna have the cheesecake. I look at him, confused. Mostly because I was just jolted out of my thoughts of sex. Isn't that heavy after eating pancakes? Do you even have room in that stomach? He shrugs. The heart wanteth what the heart wanteth. I let out a laugh. With my arm around his shoulders, I pull him into me and on my lap. Touché, kid. Touché. It's way too late, and I should be asleep. But instead, I'm curled up on the couch with my night cream on and my iPhone in hand. I pick it up and scroll through my text messages with Bryce. While I haven't seen him in days, we have been texting. My favorites are the random facts. Banging your head against the wall for 1 hour burns 150 calories. So, that's how you stay in shape. If I recall, you're the door banger. Winky face. Looking back at the conversations Bryce and I have makes me laugh. In person, he's reserved. Behind the screen, he lets loose a little. When he was 10, he broke his arm while skateboarding because he wanted to be like Bart Simpson. He spiked his hair up and held his arms up, yelling, "Cowabunga, dude," when he crashed into a brick wall. His first kiss was when he was 16. He had finally lost his baby weight, and instead of going to the junior formal with the cheerleader he had a crush on, he brought a girl from the chess team. Her name was Sarah, and she kissed like a frog catching a moth. He almost swore off kissing forever. Almost. Scrolling up on my phone, I tap on the selfie he sent me 2 weeks ago. His smiling face lights up the screen. God damn, he's handsome. I know I've said it before, but he has a square jaw and almond-shaped eyes and perfect white teeth. When Aisha compared him to Superman, she was doing him an injustice. Bryce Sexton is so much sexier than Superman. Turning my head to the mirror on the side wall, I take in my reflection. My skin always has a healthy glow, thanks to a great skincare regimen. And I'm not unattractive, but I'm also not the kind of girl you stalk for days after meeting on a rooftop. Okay, there, I said it. To myself, anyway. It's been plaguing me. Why Bryce thinks I'm so special. I don't want to get down on myself. I'm spectacular, I know that. It's just, he's rich and powerful, and I'm me. I slap myself on the head and try to get out of this woe is me thing I have going on. I've been telling myself for years that I don't have time in my life for a relationship. That is complete bullshit. I blame Ashton. 5 years ago, when I went to the then love of my life and told him I was carrying his child, his first reaction was to ask me if the baby was his. Then he told me to get an abortion. It wasn't only that Ashton didn't want to be a father. He also didn't want to be tied to me. Up until then, I'd had a tremendous amount of confidence. Growing up with a mother who constantly reminded you that you could be anything and do anything was a great boost to your self-esteem. All it takes is one man to cut you at the knees and have you questioning your entire existence. I shouldn't give him that much credit, but it's the truth. Ashton Mason destroyed something inside me. I might not want to introduce random men to Charlie, and I certainly don't want his heart broken by a man leaving. But I do want to eventually fall in love. Just thinking this is scary. I blame Bryce. While I was hesitant to spend time with him a few weeks ago, he's wiggled his way into my heart. Now I'm going a little stir-crazy with the fact that he hasn't been around since our kiss on this very couch. I mean, I haven't been kissed many times in my life, but I'm pretty sure it was the best first kiss in the history of first kisses. It was also the kind of kiss that made you want more. We've been texting non-stop the past few days. I was certain he'd call to make plans for the weekend. He hasn't, and now I'm wondering if he didn't think our kiss was as earth-shattering as I did. And now I sound like a 15-year-old girl. I lay an arm over my eyes. My cell phone vibrates in my hand, and my heart jumps. It's as if he knows I'm thinking about him, because Bryce is calling me. Right now. Hi, I whisper into the phone. Hey there. Did I catch you in bed? I sit up. No, I was just reading a book, I lie. A moment pauses as we sit on the phone in silence. Can I come up? My shoulders drop and my brows perk up. Pardon? I'm outside your building. If it's too late, it's okay. I can come back when it's not so late. I assume Charlie's sleeping. I get up and walk to the window, opening it up. There, on the street, is a black SUV. He's standing outside of it in his full suit. Not something I'd expect to see him wearing on a Sunday night. Charlie's in bed, I reply. What are you doing here? He looks up at me in the fire escape window. A small smile appears when he sees me. I worked all weekend. It was a fucking disaster, and I'm exhausted. Instead of going home, all I wanted was to see your face. His words take my breath away. I grip the wrought iron railing, wanting desperately to go to him. I look around my room, and then to the closed door where Charlie is sleeping across the hall. I'm breaking a lot of my self-imposed rules these days. Do you want to come up? I ask. He doesn't have to think twice. Bryce puts his cell phone in his pocket and strides toward the fire escape. At the bottom, he jumps up and pulls down the ladder, bringing it to the sidewalk. As stealthy as he is handsome, Bryce Sexton climbs up to my third-floor balcony in a designer suit and doesn't seem fazed. I stare at him as he comes up the final rung. He is face to face with me in seconds. Hi, I whisper, nerves taking over my body. He reaches his hand out to me, wrapping his fingers around mine. Is it okay that I'm here? I inhale, torn with what to say. So instead, I bite the inside of my lip and look down to the ground. When he places his finger under my chin, lifting my gaze to his, I'm done for. His eyes stare into mine, offering so much promise, so much sincerity. We stay there, still, both of us barely breathing. I can't get you out of my mind, he says, leaning a little closer. You hardly know me, I whisper in disbelief. I want to know more. His words are barely audible as they leave his mouth. He moves closer, pulling me in, and I let him. All reason flies out of my mind. My heart pounds out of control as lust takes over. I can't stop thinking about you too, I say honestly. I was starting to think you gave up on stalking me. He doesn't smile. In fact, he looks a little agitated. I had a million things going on at the office that I couldn't even stop to think. And when I did, I wanted to come here but didn't want to scare you off. Plus, the weekend is your time with Charlie. I didn't want to impose. What made you change your mind? I ask breathlessly. His eyes lower to my lips as his thumb brushes along the underside of my mouth. These lips, he replied. I dance my vision from his eyes to his lips. His beard is close-shaven, but more than a 5 o'clock shadow. The way it accentuates his sharp jaw makes me quiver. Instead of waiting for him to make a move, I grab his tie and lower him down until our lips crash into one another. "Just as good as the first time," he says. "I like your t-shirt." He looks down at the shirt I'm wearing. It's the one he gave me the other day. "This old thing?" I feign ignorance. He grins. "I heard the guy who got it for you is your kryptonite." My eyes widen. Bryce Sexton is being cheesy. It's weird and sexy and awesome at the same time. That's why my heart pounds again, for another reason. I pull back from his arms that are holding me and give myself some space. Is this what it's going to be? Unexpected visits when you're done with work at ridiculously late hours of the day? I'm not sure what we are, but I don't know if this will work for me. I don't say that, though. I don't want to change Bryce's world, and it's probably because I don't know if I'm ready for mine to be shaken up either. Maybe midnight kisses on fire escapes are a good thing. "Where did you go?" He runs a knuckle under my chin and pulls my attention back to him. "Nowhere. Just thinking." I smile. He skeptically eyes me, but doesn't press the issue. "Can I call you tomorrow?" "Yes," I answer, sounding more eager than I want to. This rewards me with a laugh and a kiss. A toe-curling kiss. "Good night, Tessa." He descends the ladder and continues until he hits the pavement. I stare as he walks back to his SUV. An older gentleman in a uniform exits the driver's side and opens the back door, ignoring Bryce's hand motion, telling him it's unnecessary. Just like that, Bryce goes and changes my way of thinking. Sometimes it's with his words. Tonight, it was with a kiss.
Chapter 15. Bryce. "Special lady?" Brantley asks. I meet his eye in the rearview mirror. When I asked him to make the detour on our way home from the office, he didn't say a word. Now that he's seen her, it's a different story. Yes, a wise man once told me I should wait outside her work to get her to notice me. I believe you took my personal memoirs and made them your own. I believe I took some really great advice and got a woman to notice me. I loosen my tie and widen my legs, settling into the seat. "May I offer some more?" he asks. My hands jitter on their own, and I can't help but tap them along my knees. I can't believe I'm nervous. I'm never nervous. Don't waste a good woman on midnight rendezvous when you should be singing to her at sunset. His words catch my attention, and I sit up to look back at him. It's complicated. She has a career and a son, and I have. I open my hands, palms up, in front of me, and run them down my face. I took off half a day last week, and it cost me the entire weekend. Unfortunately, this is the only thing I can give. I stare at the back of his head. It's immobile as he looks forward and drives up toward my apartment building. Do you think a woman with a career and a child will have the stamina to continue this sort of affair? It's not an affair, it's... I pause. Quick coffee breaks, showing up at her house unannounced, with Chinese food, mauling her on a fire escape, Aside from the Boy Scouts, I have done nothing but treat Tessa like she is a part-time lover. It's a new relationship. We'll find our groove. Treat a woman as if she is the breath you'll take when you have run out of your own, he says, as he pulls into the garage underneath my building. The sentiment is familiar. I think you've said that to me before, I say. He pulls in front of the back door that leads to the lobby and turns around to say, "That was your mother's quote. She was a very smart woman." I bounce my fist off my thigh. My mother raised me to be attentive toward everyone in my life. How did I drop the mark on how I treat a woman? Don't go beating yourself up. He unlocks the door but stays in his seat. You're a good man, Bryce. You'll make the right decision. I tap my fingers along my desk as I contemplate my schedule for this week. It's a bold move, something I've never done before. If I move my luncheon from Wednesday to Tuesday, then we can leave right after that. My Thursday conference call can still happen, though. I'll need to make sure I have a good connection, and some places are hit or miss in Tahoe. I think some more, wondering if I can trust Austin to take over for me while I'm gone. I have editors and senior staff that can keep the papers in line, but I like things to be checked over by one of us. It's the way it's always been done. My phone rings from the line Jalen and I share. I pick it up.
Tanner's on line 1.
I let her transfer the call. Instead of saying hello, I ask, "Have you cut your hair yet?" "Nope. Have you run off with the woman of your dreams yet?" "I'm working on it." There's a pause. Was that a joke? I take my glasses off and run my fingers over my eyes. I'm trying to figure out if I can take her away for a few days and head to our place in Tahoe. There's another pause and the shuffling of Tanner on the other end. Hold on. Did I call Austin by mistake? I'll ignore that comment. I put my glasses back on and look at my schedule. Austin has a big interview happening this week. I wanted to go to it, but I don't need to be there. Are you really planning on taking a girl away? Not everyone is a bar junkie like you. Do girls in New York even know what it means when you tell them you're Tanner Sexton? His laugh echoes through the receiver. The Sexton name does nothing here. I can sit at the bar, be a wallflower, and no one cares. I've always embraced being a sexton, being that I took over my role in the company at a young age. It came with the territory. Austin, on the other hand, has done whatever he can to hide who he is. It's harder now that he's here at Sexton Media, but I always assumed that was why he joined the military and started street racing under an alias. Tanner, on the other hand, hasn't felt the full Sexton effect. It's a blessing and a curse. Women want to sleep with you for money. Men want to be friends with you for power. Everyone else wants to take you down. I'm sure he has had no trouble meeting girls on his own merit. College is the easiest place to get laid. Everyone's single and partying. Plus, the kid has looks. Where I have my father's dark eyes and dark hair, Tanner is all mom. Blonde hair and blue eyes. He must stand out in the New York social scene with his California surfer look. I bet women go crazy for the silent, artistic type, I suggest. It definitely hasn't hurt me. My bed is always warm at night and empty in the morning. I can't relate to him at all. When I was his age, I had a steady girlfriend and a ring in my top drawer. Tell me about this girl, he says. Is she your Daisy Buchanan? Falling back in my chair, I shake my head at the reference to The Great Gatsby. I haven't told him, but I've been reading it at night before I go to sleep. Daisy was a selfish and shallow debutante. And Jay Gatsby was a millionaire who pined for the dream. Am I Gatsby in this conversation? I ask incredulously. He laughs. You're whoever you think you are, brother. Just don't let her marry someone else and live the life of disillusionment. You might end up dead in a pool. Tanner's use for creating a lesson out of art astounds me. He can look at a red circle on a canvas and tell you how it is a metaphor for the human condition. I, on the other hand, just see a red blob from a lazy painter who didn't want to finish his work. I rub my eyes, knowing he's going to lambaste me for this. All this from the guy who doesn't want to settle down. That's because I'm 22. If I were old like you, I'm 30 years old. You act like you're 50. I'm glad you're taking a girl to Tahoe. The last thing I need to hear is how my baby brother is proud of me. She must be special. My mind fills with images of Tessa and our kiss last night on the fire escape. Yeah, I know she's worth it. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath. She is. Anyway, Tanner draws out. Enough about your sex life. I'm coming home in a few weeks. Can I crash with you so I don't have to stay with Dad and Missy? I'm always freaked out she's going to come in my bed late at night. He lets out a gagging noise that makes me laugh. Yeah, that's no problem. Just let me know when. Cool. Later, brother. Oh, and can you do me a favor? While you're in Tahoe, grab Mom's first edition of Pride and Prejudice. I shake my head. I'm not reading another book. It's for Austin. He laughs. Though I doubt he can control his ADD long enough to read it. Thanks, man. We hang up, and for a moment, I let myself remember what life was like when I was his age. I had everything I ever wanted. I was going to travel the world, and life was so carefree. I want that for him. Really? I want that for me. I sit back in my chair, contemplating everything that Missy sent me about the sale of the company. If we did sell, I'd be able to live my life the way I wanted. I'd travel. I'd take the photos I always wanted to. I have the connections. There's no doubt I'd be able to see my work displayed in National Geographic or hanging in galleries. I'd actually have a life. My vision turns to the plant my mom gave me. How happy she was when I graduated. How proud she was that she was able to give me the life I wanted. And she did. Everything she created here has given me so much more than I ever dreamed. But I know she wanted me to be happy and to have a family as well. If she made it work, then why can't I? A new motivation comes over me. She made it possible. She relied on her team to make it happen. I have that team in place. Now, it's time for me to take control of the one thing I've let go for so long. My life. I push the intercom button. Jalen, cancel my appointments for Wednesday through Friday.
Yeah, I'll get right on that,
she says, a little confused, but thankfully without asking questions. Oh, and connect me to Lumiere Salon and Spa. It only takes her a minute to reply.
The receptionist is on hold for you on line 1.
I pick up the phone with so much confidence that I feel like I am Superman. The ironic thought makes me laugh. Hello, Aisha. It's Bryce Sexton. I'd like to talk to the manager, please. I say into the phone.
Do I get to know why?
She sings songs to me. I'd rather discuss it with him first. I sing right back. Not as sweetly, I might add.
Damn, fine. Please hold.
She audibly pouts. There's club music playing in the background. I sit and listen to the bass reverberating in my ear. Someone picks the phone up and shouts into it. This is Emmanuel. How can I help you? Emmanuel, this is Bryce Sexton. I was a client of Tessa Clark's a few weeks ago. The Tesla guy. You know, you cost me $20. What can I do for you, Mr. Sexton? He sounds annoyed to be hearing from me. I ignore the attitude. I'd like to take Tessa away for a few days, and I know she's been working for you for only a short period, and she probably doesn't have any vacation days saved up, so I would like to book myself an appointment every hour for her entire shift for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. This way, she will get to leave with me, and you are still getting your portion. His voice starts and cuts out a few times, as if he's in shock. Oh, that's a very generous offer, but that's not how I run a business. Tessa has clients booked, and I need the extra makeup artist on staff for the Friday rush. I'll throw in a feature about your salon in our Sunday bridal section of the San Francisco Standard at no charge. He takes a sharp breath in. That's the most coveted spot of our Sunday section and worth a pretty penny. Mr. Sexton, I think we can make that happen. I'll hand you back to Aisha to schedule the payment of those days. You will be prepaying, he drawls. Thank you, Emmanuel. I'll have someone from editorial contact you next week. Only seconds later, I hear the squeal of Aisha, as I'm sure Emmanuel has told her of our deal. When she picks up the phone, I'm having a hard time containing my smile as she says, I knew you were a good one. That girl deserves to be swept off her feet. Now, if you fuck with her head, I'm gonna open up a can of whoop-ass on you. That won't be a problem. Just promise you won't tell her. It's a surprise, I say. She lets out another squeal. This day just keeps getting better. I'm gonna go make another bet with Emmanuel that you two make it through the weekend. The man has no faith in you two as a couple, but I think you've got something special. This time, I allow myself to smile.
Chapter 16. Tessa. Charlie and I are walking down the street when my phone rings. Who's that, Mommy? Charlie asks, as I pull it from my back pocket. Bryce's name flashes across my screen, and Charlie starts to jump with anticipation. Answer it, Mommy. Ask him if he's coming to Boy Scouts tomorrow. The smile on my face from seeing his name on my screen grows even more when I see how happy Charlie is at the thought of Bryce calling. But still. Bryce can't take you to Boy Scouts every week. Why not? He looks up at me, confused. 1, he works, and 2, he's not your parent, I explain. Charlie ignores me and points to the phone. You gonna answer that? I fumble with the phone for a second. Hello? I answer. Have you guys eaten yet? He says in a deep, breathy voice, making my tummy flip. No, I just picked Charlie up from daycare, and I'm heading home now. Mommy, ask him about my next meeting, Charlie says, pulling on my arm. No, I whisper yell. Charlie doesn't whisper when he says, "Maybe he wants to come." "Charlie Clark, I told you to stop it," I reprimand in my best mom voice. Bryce's laugh echoes through the phone. "Let me talk to him," he says. Reluctantly, I hand the phone to Charlie, who takes it from me, putting it on speakerphone because he thinks he can hear calls better that way. "Hey, Bryce." "Hey, buddy. I'm honored you want me to go to your Boy Scouts meeting, but I'm planning on going away for a few days this week, so I have a lot of work to do at the office." Charlie lets out a grimace. "Aw, man. We're having a scavenger hunt in the park. I was hoping we could be Batman and Superman and use our powers to crush the competition. We have to redeem ourselves for the veggie car loss." Bryce's laugh booms. "I thought you were a good sport about that." Charlie rolls his eyes. Yeah. It was okay to lose, but I have to win at something." He turns his back to me and whispers into the phone. "Between you and me, Mom is really bad at scavenger hunts. I need your help." "You do know your mom is Wonder Woman. I bet she'll find everything on the list faster than I can," Bryce says. I love how he made me a superhero too. "Really?" Charlie yells, and then looks up at me. "Yeah, your mom's a badass," Bryce says. I quickly reprimand the language. He releases a deep laugh. "Well, you have to take me to my sleepover at the Academy of Sciences. Promise, Bryce. Pretty please, promise." Charlie bounces up and down, and my heart hurts that Bryce probably won't be able to make it. An entire night devoted to watching my son? No phone or email for 16 hours at least? There's no way he'll agree to that. "I'm putting it on my calendar right now." His answer shocks me. He grumbles something under his breath, obviously looking at all the things he'll have to move around to make it happen. "You don't have to," I start, but Charlie cuts me off. "We need sleeping bags and a flashlight. And I'm gonna get new pajamas. Mom has to pack my toothbrush. Do you need one too? Oh, and snacks. I get hungry late at night." "Me too, little man." Bryce lowers his voice. "Since I have you on the phone, let me ask you, since your mom is probably gonna say no, do you want me to bring by some dinner tonight?" "Are you going to bring me pot stickers again?" Charlie asks seriously. Bryce lets out a hard laugh. "Is that what you want?" "Of course that's what I want." "Okay, Charlie, let me talk to Bryce," I say, reaching for the phone. "See you soon, Bryce." Charlie holds up the phone, speaking directly into the end of it. "See you soon, little man," Bryce replies. "You really don't have to bring us dinner," I say when I take the phone off of speakerphone and hold it up to my ear. "But I want to," he says, making me smile. "I have a meeting at 6, and then I'll be over. Is 7 too late? I'll have Brantley pick up the food while I'm in the meeting." "I can get the food. Don't have your driver do it. It's crazy enough to me that you have a driver, let alone someone who will fetch your food. I can get my own food." He sighs. "Brantley's not just a driver. He's like family. He worked for my mom for years, and when his wife got sick, I offered him the job so he could take his wife to treatments. If I have him pick up food, it's more of a favor for him because he gets bored waiting for me all day long. If it bothers you, though, I'll get the food myself." That's sweet. But, Bryce, you don't have to defend your actions to me. Your life is so vastly different than my own. Don't change the way you live your life on my behalf. I don't want you to change either. Blush runs up my face, and thankfully, Charlie distracts me when he yells, "Mommy, can we rent a movie tonight?" "Let me talk to Charlie again real quick," Bryce says, his voice laced with enthusiasm. I hand it back to Charlie, who places the call on speakerphone again. "Yeah?" he says, and I remind myself to teach him proper phone etiquette later. "Tell me what you know about Power Rangers," Bryce says. "Park Rangers?" Charlie asks, confused. "Your mom hasn't taught you about Power Rangers?" Bryce is exasperated. "Wasn't there a movie that came out last year? Let me guess. Henry Cavill wasn't in it." Charlie looks at me for some kind of clarification, and I laugh, leaning down to talk into the phone. Power Rangers aren't my thing. They were before my time. Maybe Tanner's right. I am getting old. Bryce's comment makes me laugh, even though I have no idea what he's talking about. "Okay then, it's a date. I have the entire collection. I'll bring over the food and the first season, and we'll have a movie night after dinner." You have the entire collection of Power Rangers? I can't hide the laughter coming from my voice. "Yes, I do," he says with pride. "It's a classic." "Old people use the word classic," Charlie deadpans. I cover my mouth to hold my laugh. I grab the phone from Charlie and say, "One episode after dinner, and then it's bedtime." "Hurry, Bryce. The later you get to our house, the less she'll let me watch," Charlie says. "I'll see you soon, buddy." There's a knock on the door, which sends Charlie into a frenzy. "Food's here." "Charlie, you wait right there. You know you're not allowed to open the door." I swing the door open. I give Bryce a "what the fuck" expression, and then glance at my imaginary watch. It's 8 o'clock. He's an hour late. "Sorry," he says, holding up the food. "I tried to get here as soon as I could, but it took longer to get out of my meeting. Then, of course, I hit every light on the way here. I've never been so frustrated with San Francisco traffic." Charlie appears at my hip to greet Bryce. "It's okay. Mom gave me a snack when she got home, so I wouldn't starve. Come in." Charlie steps back, opening the door further. When he walks through the door, he stops to kiss my cheek. It's innocent enough. My uncle kisses me on the cheek. But there's something about the way his stubble scratches my chin and that intense scent of cologne, soap, and hot-blooded man drifts off his skin that sends me into my own frenzy. It almost makes me forget that I'm upset with him. Almost. "Who wants burritos?" he asks, getting a rise out of Charlie. "Burritos? I thought you were getting Chinese." His little face starts to pout. "Oh, yes, that's right. My bad. Who wants Chinese?" Bryce teases. "I do." Charlie yells and reaches for the bag. Bryce's face is filled with joy, until he looks at me. Based on the way his face falls, he must see I'm not thrilled with him. "You're late," I say as I close the door. His brows furrow, concerned. "I told you, I got caught up at work." "Bryce, Charlie's 5 years old. He has a bedtime. Dinner at 8 o'clock at night doesn't work. And you promised him you'd watch television. He should be getting ready for bed right now. You can't make plans for us and then break them without so much as a phone call. That's not how things work around here." There's a wrinkle on his brow. It's the one he gets when he's mad, confused, and worried. I don't know which he is right now. "Do you want me to leave?" I open my mouth to explain further, but close it and throw my hands up in annoyance. At the table, I watch as Charlie stuffs his face with takeout at a time when he should be in bed. When Bryce sent me a text saying he'd be late, I didn't think he'd be an hour late. One thing about being a single mom is you can always rely on your own timeline. There's no one around to throw you off. This whole experience is unsettling. Charlie gives Bryce the entire rundown of his day. Mrs. O'Leary taught the kids about Vincent van Gogh and had them recreate the famous painting, The Starry Night, using beans. Charlie's is currently hanging on my fridge, being held by 4 magnets because it's the heaviest piece of art he's ever created. It's also messy, as beans keep falling to the ground. While Bryce is paying attention to Charlie's words, he keeps glancing my way. His knee is bouncing lightly under the table, and every once in a while, he runs a hand over his temple. I ignore him and eat my dinner in silence. Once dinner is over, Charlie pulls Bryce into the living room. I busy myself by pouring a glass of white Zinfandel and cleaning the kitchen, all while listening in on their conversation. The Power Rangers are teenagers who are given the ability to transform into a fighting force, Bryce explains. How did they get their powers? An alien, Zordon, gave it to them to defeat his nemesis, Rita Repulsa. What kind of powers do they have? They turn into dinosaurs. Cool, Charlie sings. As I'm putting the leftovers away, I hear Charlie say, "This show looks so old." I nearly spit out my sip of wine I took. Bryce responds, "This was high tech when I was your age. I used to watch it with my dad, and he couldn't get over how incredible the graphics were." It's the first time I've ever heard him mention his father. I walk into the living room, expecting Charlie to be sitting on the floor. Instead, he's on the couch, curled into Bryce's side. Bryce has his arm along the back of the couch as the two watch aliens on a spaceship talk about taking over the world. Since I only have one couch, I take a seat on the other side of Charlie. I cross my legs away from them and take a sip of wine. There's a faint tapping on my shoulder. I look over to Bryce, who is staring at me with downturned eyes and a tiny rise on the side of his mouth. Looking at him, with the sorrowful expression on his face and my son by his side, gives me a feeling I've never felt before. It's a mixture of being petrified and satisfied, all in one. I uncross my legs and lean in toward them. I run my fingers through Charlie's hair and look at his smiling face as he watches the show that's practically an antique compared to the movies that are out today. When I look back up at Bryce, he is still staring at me. This time, it's with a glassy-eyed expression as he takes a deep breath that fills his chest. He is completely at peace in this moment. When the show is over, I grab the remote and turn the television off. Time for little boys to go to bed. "Aw, Mom, really?" Charlie whines. "Be happy I let you stay up this late. Go in and get brushed. I'll be right there to tuck you in." He slowly gets up, dragging his feet. When he gets a few steps away, he stops and turns, running back to give Bryce a hug. "Good night," he says, making my heart swell twice its size. "Night, little man." His eyes close as he returns the hug. I turn and catch my breath. I walk Charlie back to bed. I hear the television turn on in the living room, followed by the opening credits to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Bryce sounds like he's making himself comfortable. Looks like, this time, he's not going to disappear on me.
Chapter 17. Bryce. As the video plays, my mind is anywhere but on the show. I've never had to answer to someone for my whereabouts. I'm usually the one demanding answers for tardiness and accountability. Hell, that's part of my daily itinerary with Austin. Tonight, I was going to ask Tessa to go away with me. Maybe now isn't the time to ask. I don't know how she'll react. The closing credits to the episode start to roll before I even realize the entire episode is over. I've been lost in my own thoughts. I also didn't realize Tessa had come back from Charlie's room. She's standing at the edge where the hallway meets where I'm seated. Her arms are crossed, and she's looking down at me as she gnaws at her lip. "I'm sorry I was late," I start the conversation.
"I know you are."
She's still standing there with a sullen expression. "Then why don't you look like you forgive me?" Looking up, she sighs with a rise of her shoulders.
"Because I don't want you to change who you are."
I open my legs wider as I lean forward and scratch my chin. "I don't understand." Tessa pushes off the wall and takes a step forward.
"I have a 5-year-old son. He has a schedule and a bedtime. It's not because I'm a stickler for rules. It's because it's the only way I can be a single mom and not go crazy. This is the second time he stayed up late because of you. Last week, I had a terrible time with getting him up, and I was late for work."
I stand from the couch. I'll keep that in mind in the future. I'm not used to this.
It's not just the time thing, Bryce. We need reliability. We need someone who is going to be somewhere when they say they will.
You're right. I won't make a promise that I can't keep. I walk toward her, but she looks away.
That's an impossible task. You run a media company. You have hundreds of people who work for you. I can't imagine how difficult your job is. Running late is expected. I can't ask you to change who you are and what you do for me.
Me. She's never referred to herself like that when it comes to our relationship. She said she didn't have time in her life for a relationship, and then she said it was all about Charlie. For the first time, I'm getting the sense that there is more to Tessa's insecurities than time and not wanting me to know about her son. I take a moment and let time stop. Standing before me is a woman. Her long, flowing dark hair is a stark contrast against her pale skin, flawless and pink on the cheeks. Her violet eyes are the most striking things I've ever seen, yet they're not her prettiest feature. Some days, I think it's her mouth, so pouty and full. Other moments, it's her chin that rises whenever she thinks she's being challenged. Other times, it's her hands, so soft and delicate. She draws attention when she wrings them together when she's nervous, like she's doing right now. Today, however, it's not her eyes or lips or hands that are her prettiest feature. Right now, it's her vulnerability. The way she wears her heart on her sleeve. Her emotions are so raw and rare. It makes me want to hold on to her for eternity and never let go. Yet still, as beautiful as she is on the inside and out, she has no idea. Years ago, a man she loved turned his back on her. I remember how I felt after being deserted when my mother died. I can't imagine how Tessa must have felt, being pregnant and alone. It takes a terrible man to desert such a woman, let alone one who is carrying his child. That's why she's standing here, looking at me like she's positively frightened of how hard her heart might break if all this ends badly. There are so many things I want to tell Tessa. I choose the one that is the most honest for this moment. Instead of walking to her like I want, I bend down to the coffee table and pick up the DVD case. I hold it in my palm. I bought this years ago on a whim when I saw it in the store. At the time, I thought it would be awesome to share it with my own kids if I had them one day. That was before I ever thought there'd be Netflix or Amazon Prime. I laugh lightly. Tonight is the first time I've watched it. One of the reasons I was late is because I sat in the car to take off the plastic wrap. I forgot how hard it was to break into one of these. I look up at her and her gorgeous downturned eyes. I didn't want you to know that it wasn't opened because then maybe you'd find out what this really meant to me. She takes a deep breath and shakily releases it.
What does it mean?
Family. I drop the case on the table and open my arms to the sides. Her body tilts away from me.
We can't be a filler for the family you're lacking, Bryce. This isn't a place where you can play house for a while.
I walk toward her and explain. It's not just Charlie, Tessa, it's you. I'm crazy about you. So crazy that it's making me rethink things, rethink my priorities, the way I live my life. She turns to me, and our eyes lock for a few breaths. I want so bad to kiss her, but I don't know where her head is at right now.
I don't want you to rethink your life. Not for me.
When are you going to realize that you're worth changing for? Her eyes widen and her mouth parts. There's a slight glaze to her expression. Her hand rises up to her chest and runs up her neck. I walk closer and snake my hands along her waist. My forehead leans against hers as I explain. I'm learning as I go here. Please have patience with me. Her eyes close, and I pray she's considering my apology.
Promise you won't break our hearts,
she whispers. I pull her in closer, hugging her tight to my chest. I promise. Her hands rise up to my back, and I sigh in relief at the warm feeling of her skin against my shirt. Have you thought about Legoland some more? I ask, approaching the subject with caution. She grumbles into my chest.
That's a random question.
I kiss the top of her head. It's not. Answer me, and I'll explain.
My mom says I should let him go, which is shocking. She's not a huge fan of him spending time with them, but...
She stops, and her body tenses. But what do you think? I lean back and look down at her, wondering what just went through her mind. She bites her inner lip as she thinks.
I guess I'm going to let him go,
she says with trepidation. I think that's a good idea. He'll love it.
I know,
she says, but I can tell she's still torn. You know what else I think?
What?
I think we should go to Tahoe while he's gone. If I thought her eyes were wide before, then they're bugged out right now.
He's supposed to leave in 2 days.
I know.
You were late tonight because you had work to do. How on earth are you planning on getting away for a few days? Actually, forget about you. I have work. I can't call out because I want a rendezvous with my boyfriend.
Here it is. The part where she'll either be happy or pissed at me for overstepping boundaries. What would you say if I took care of that and you could go? Her head snaps up to meet mine.
You what?
I can't tell if her reaction is good or bad. I got you time off.
How?
Her face scrunches in disbelief. It's also the look she gives Charlie when he's done something he's not supposed to do. I called your job and scheduled myself in every appointment you had for the days I want to take you away. She's not blinking. She's just staring, wild-eyed at me. If this were Power Rangers, I'd think she was frozen by my powers. Unfortunately, this isn't a television show. The silence is deafening. I want to say something, but I'm afraid if I say any more, she'll just get upset. That is, until she laughs. Literally laughs. It's small at first and morphs into a belly laugh that has her holding her hand over her mouth because she doesn't want to wake up Charlie.
You did what?
She says into her palm. I might have thrown in a feature in our Sunday bridal section. I squint my eyes, completely unsure if this reaction of hers is good or bad.
And Emmanuel said okay?
He did, I say, standing up a little straighter.
You did all of that just to go away with me?
I shrug. You're worth it. Her lips close, and that smile that was on her face falls. In its place is an angry pout as her eyes draw closer together. Her arms swing out, and she hits me in the bicep.
God damn you, Bryce Sexton,
she yells at me. It's not a loud yell, but it's forceful.
You are either the most romantic man I've ever met or the stupidest.
Can I choose romantic? I ask, which causes her to growl and walk away, back toward the kitchen. She sees her wine glass on the counter and takes a large swig. When she puts it down, she turns to me with a pointed finger.
I moved to San Francisco for that job. It's not just something that pays the bills. It's my career. I have been busting my ass trying to score clients and prove myself, not so some rich mogul can swoop in and pay my way like some chippy. We've had 2 kisses. 2. And yes, they were the best kisses of my entire life, but it doesn't warrant you calling my boss and messing with my job. I bet he fires me as soon as I get back.
I'd never let him.
It's not your right to say that.
I have every right. You're mine, Tessa. My girl. If I want to whisk you off for a few days, then fuck it, I'm gonna do it. You know, if you weren't so damn stubborn, I wouldn't have to go behind your back and make this happen. If you just trust me, you'd let yourself fall for me. I have never done anything like this before. I've never felt like this for anyone before. Yes, I've had relationships, but this? You are different. I'll say it every day for the rest of our lives if I have to. I want you. Only you. Now, are you going to forgive me about being late and paying a ridiculous amount of money to make sure you don't lose your job so I can take you on a romantic vacation, which, by the way, is the first time I've taken a day off in 10 years? Or are you going to find one more reason to shut me out of your life? She sits there, not saying a word, and stares at me with no expression at all. Please tell me what you're thinking about right now, I plead. She's frowning as she takes a gulp of wine.
I'm wondering what I should pack.
Chapter 18. Tessa. I cried. Okay, I'll admit it. I bawled as Charlie drove away with his grandparents to go to Legoland. The look on his face melted my heart, and when he grabbed my leg, hugging me so tightly, thanking me for letting him go, I thought I'd be okay. But I wasn't. I stood on the sidewalk and watched the car drive down the road. I didn't go inside until I couldn't see them anymore. When there's a knock at the door an hour later, everything snaps back into place. Tahoe. Bryce. Oh my goodness. I probably look like an absolute mess. You look like an absolute mess, Abby says as I open my door, swinging a shopping bag in her hand as she waltzes into my apartment. Hello to you too. I close the door and walk over to the kitchen table where she places the bag. I motion toward that. What you got there? Tahoe supplies, she says with a devilish grin. I raise a brow. What kind of supplies? With waggling eyebrows, Abby opens the white paper shopping bag and pulls out a lump of tissue paper. Hesitantly, I take the bundle from her and open it. Oh, dear heavens, what has she done? I unwrap the tissue paper to pull on the string of a silk lavender nightie with lace trim and a slit on the side. It's sexy, yet elegant, and way more than I was prepared to bring with me on my weekend away with Bryce. What is this? I ask. It's a burqa, she answers sarcastically. With a sideways glance, I ask, I mean, what am I supposed to do with this? I believe what you mean to say is, thank you, Abby, for this beautiful piece of lingerie that I can bring on my romantic weekend away with the man of my dreams. Her hands are now curled under her chin as she bats her eyelashes. I take a piece of tissue paper, crumple it up, and throw it at her. What makes you assume I don't have something sexy packed in my bag already? She catches the paper in the air. Do you? She challenges, throwing it back at me. The paper hits me in the forehead. Well, not like that. But I did pack my Victoria's Secret pajamas. They're long-sleeved and knit, and they look like Hugh Hefner's pajamas. I like my Hugh Hefner jammies, I defend. They're adorable, But this, she points toward the nightie, is what you wear when a gorgeous millionaire takes you away to his house in the hills. My stomach rumbles, and it's not because I'm hungry. I'm a nervous wreck. I haven't dated anyone in years, let alone gone away on a romantic trip. Bryce and I have only kissed. He's going to expect, I know, she says, and walks over to my refrigerator, where she grabs a bottle of water. She's twisting off the top as she asks, "What are you so worried about?" "Everything," I reply. Putting the nightie on the table, I take a seat and curl my leg up into me. It's been a long time since I've had sex. I've had a baby since then. What if things aren't the same down there? She makes a face. I can't help you with that, but I can tell you that nothing has changed since you were 18. Men still want sex, and they pretty much don't care what position or who goes down on who first. That's comforting. I roll my eyes. I lay my hand on the nightie again. It's so smooth. I imagine what it will feel like on my skin. What Bryce's hands running up against it will feel like. That warm flesh pushing into the silky material. And now I'm warm. Abby takes a seat across the table and lays an arm on it, outstretched toward me. This is a big step for you. We've only been friends for a few months, and I know you don't open your heart up easily. I'm still having a hard time not picturing him with Christine. Do you believe him when he tells his version of what happened? Bryce has explained it to me on more than one occasion that, while Christine came on to him, and he was very tempted, he stopped the act before anything really happened. Just the notion of it makes my head spin. But I can't change the past. Lord knows there are other women he's been with that I don't know about. What I do know is that he has gone above and beyond to prove himself to me. The time we've spent together has been special. I do. I nod my head. Abby smiles, her head of brown curls bobbing as she gets up and walks to the bag. My only advice is to just have fun. She holds the bag out to me, and I rise too to look inside. There are more things in there. I start pulling them out. A new razor, shaving cream, a body exfoliator, oil, lotion, paraffin for my feet, and a bath bomb. I'm gonna have the softest skin on the West Coast. I beam. Again, I believe the words you meant to say are, "Thank you, Abby, for getting me everything I need to be primed and ready should I decide to go to bed with a man for the first time in 6 years." I can't contain my grin as I say, "Thank you, Abby." When she leaves, I take all of my new products and head into my bathroom to prepare for 4 days away with Bryce. I start by painting my toenails while the callus treatment is on my feet. I didn't ask why this was important. Maybe Abby has a foot fetish I didn't know about. Maybe Bryce does. Oh dear. I wash my face with my favorite cream-based cleanser and apply a cold gel facial mask to reduce the puffiness from my earlier tears. When my bath is filled, I drop in the balm and climb in. The tub is pretty shallow, so my knees stick up, but the water is extra hot to calm my nerves. I exfoliate, shave, and hop out of the tub to oil down my body, making sure not to slip on the tiles while I exit. My makeup is natural looking. It's funny how much makeup I apply to make it look like I'm not wearing any at all. I brush on lip gloss and spray a subtle perfume. After I blow out my hair, I slide on a matching bra and panty set under my skinny jeans and a floral top. I'm brushing out my hair when there's a knock at the door. "I'll be right there," I call out as I walk out of the bathroom, quickly giving myself a once-over in the hallway closet mirror before opening the front door. All those nerves that simmered away during the hot bath boil back up. In front of me stands the most gorgeous man I've ever seen, holding one single rose. Almost every time I've seen Bryce, he's been in his suit or some variation with his dress shirt. But it's when he's casual is when I find him the most attractive. He's wearing dark designer jeans with a slim-fitting polo shirt that hugs his chest and arms in all the right places, and dark sunglasses hang from the top button of his shirt, making him look his age. If I didn't know him better, I would say before me stands a 30-year-old man who is still finding his way in life, not the media mogul he is. Bryce the businessman or Bryce the laid-back guy? I'm torn by what I find sexier. I drop my hands to my sides, speechless for the first time ever. "How many times have you cried today?" he asks. "You mean before or after he left?" "I bet you cry every time he leaves with his grandparents." He takes a step forward and places a soft kiss on my cheek. "Because you're a great mom, and Charlie is your life." The way he says it melts my heart. Charlie is my life, and knowing that he not only knows that, but also understands it, means the world to me. "You're good," I say with a pointed finger, reminiscent of the first time we met. "I bet you know how to swoon all the girls with your magic words." His hands wrap around my waist as he pulls me in and whispers into my ear. "There's only one woman I want, and she's all mine for the next 4 days. He kisses my neck and then my clavicle, making me shiver from my breasts down to my core. I take the rose from him. "Come in. I'm almost ready." When I see his eyes roam my kitchen table and land right on the silky lavender lingerie, I lean over, quickly grab it, and scuttle down the hallway. After I'm behind the open door of my closet and out of eyeshot of Bryce, I gently fold it and place it inside my bag. This just might come in handy. As we drive alongside the lake, we pass the gorgeous homes that sit on the water, each one more magnificent than the other, with their peaked roofs and luxury log cabin designs. Having never been to Bryce's home or office, heck, the only place we've ever been out together is Starbucks and a Boy Scouts meeting. We're never alone. I have no idea what to expect. What I can tell you is I was not expecting the place we've just parked in front of. Tucked up a long road, with houses on either side, sits a small home with horizontal wood paneling and an oversized stone ledge along the base. There's no fancy gate or exquisite entryway. The front windows are narrow in size, similar to that of older homes. The 2-car garage door lifts open, and Bryce pulls his Tesla in alongside a snowblower. The right side of the garage is lined with sleds that are hanging from hooks in the sheetrock. Bryce turns off the car and glances at me. "We can put our things away and maybe go grab a bite to eat." The way he's being so nonchalant about me being here, or the fact that I don't know what our sleeping arrangements will be, does nothing to calm my nerves. "Okay," I say with a shy smile. I step out of the car and meet Bryce at the trunk. I lean in to grab my bag. "Here, let me," Bryce says, reaching for it, and then his, before shutting the trunk. "Ladies first." He motions for me to walk ahead of him. We get to the door leading into the house, and he leans in front of me, opening it and pushing it forward for me to enter. While the home is old, it has clearly been remodeled. The floor is a shiny oak, and the kitchen features are modern with oak cabinetry and black granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. The low ceilings are lined with beams, making it feel even smaller, but the recessed lighting provides so much light that it feels big at the same time. While many of the finishes are new, I can still feel the old soul of the home echoing from the foundation. My eyes wander to the walls, where family photos line the hallways, shelves, and mantel. There are many in black and white, old prints of family long gone. Others have that muted coloring that was standard from Kodak disposable cameras of the 80s and 90s. One in particular catches my eye, and when I get closer, a smile graces my face. The photo is of 3 little boys wrapped in their mother's arms at a beach. The oldest has thick, dark hair and matching eyes. He's sitting up straight and looking back at the camera with a closed mouth, grin, and crossed arms. The middle boy is making a silly face. His hair is flopping in front of his face, covering one of his blue eyes. The youngest is a fair-haired toddler, tucked into his mother's side. The woman has blonde hair and a joyous smile, probably having one of the best days of her life. His mom looks so proud of her boys. I can't help the slight giggle that escapes my lips at the 3 boys who obviously want the picture taken quickly so they can get back to building their half-finished sandcastle. I've had those exact moments with Charlie, where he's so intent on finishing his project, but all I want is to take a photo to capture the moment. Bryce walks up behind me, sending tingles through my body at his close proximity. I can see his reflection in the glass of the picture frame. He's obviously the older boy in the picture, minus the tiny freckles that were once on his nose. He reaches for the photo and holds it up to examine it closer. I turn to see the smile on his face and have to pause. He looks so at peace, more so than I've ever seen him. "This was taken on our first trip after we bought this place. Mom was so happy to finally have a place in Tahoe. She said it was always her dream. I guess I didn't understand just how cool it was at the time. We just wanted to play in the sand." He laughs. "That was before things expanded, and she only had the magazine." "This same place?" I ask. He looks around and nods. "It's been in the family since I was 10. Dad wanted to sell it after she passed, so I bought it from him. I've only been here once, though. The neighbors have been taking care of it. It's kind of silly, letting it just sit here, but I couldn't handle the thought of getting rid of it. It was Mom's favorite place. My eyes meet his, and something in me shifts as I look at the tired expression around his eyes. There's no phone in his hand right now, and his shoulders are visibly relaxed. His breathing is deep, and his lips are slightly parted. We've only been here a few minutes, and I can already see the change in him. It's a look I've seen when he's sitting on my couch, watching television with Charlie, or at my sink, washing dishes. If I blink, it will pass, and the straight facade that he keeps will be put back in its place. But if I pay close attention, I will see the side of Bryce that is only visible if I'm truly looking. Contentment. Bryce is beautifully content in this moment. The fact that he is staring at me while being in this complete state of zen is something that both excites and terrifies me at the same time. I look to the back of the room and notice the sliding glass door leading to an outdoor area that's set up with a fire pit and chairs. The idea of sitting around, doing nothing and having no worries of dinner or bedtime sounds like the perfect night. "Are you hungry now, or would you like to put your stuff away first?" he asks. "Is there any way we can order in?" I see a lounge chair outside that's calling my name, I say, nodding my head to the backyard. He lets out a breath. His grin is so sincere, so perfect. "Yeah, we can do that." He leans in and kisses my forehead, holding me so closely with his arms, before walking away and reaching for his phone. "What sounds good?" "What can be delivered?" He laughs. "No clue. Pizza?" He shrugs. "Isn't that something that can always be delivered?" I chuckle. "Then pizza it is." He types away on his phone, looking for the right place to order from. I spent so much time pushing this man away, yet I've never felt more comfortable being alone with someone. We are so different, yet so alike. We both know what it's like to lose our dreams, but know that what we're doing now is even more important. And we both lead these crazy, hectic lives, just in different ways. Where my life is insane with little boy tantrums, cooking dinner, and making sure I have enough money to pay rent, his life is full of business meetings, stressful deals, and making deadlines. One thing is the same, though. We're both exhausted. Exhausted from life. Exhausted from having to be an adult. Maybe Abby is right. Tonight, I want to just be. Be the girl who's falling for a really sexy guy and enjoy the picturesque scenery surrounding us with no thoughts, no stresses, just us. "I'm going to go change," I whisper as he places the call. I grab my bag and open a door off the living room. When I see it's a coat closet, I spin around and look at Bryce, who is nodding toward the kitchen. The smile he gives me as he tells the man on the phone what he wants, while simultaneously finding comedy in my near miss, sends chills up my spine. He's so handsome. When he smiles like that, it's so damn sexy. And he doesn't even try. Just a simple nod makes my heart pitter-patter. On the other side of the kitchen is a small hallway that leads to a bedroom. The room has a queen-size bed with a massive wood headboard. I lift my small suitcase onto the bed, which is the highest bed I've ever seen, and unzip it, flipping open the top, searching for my pajamas. Yes, the Hugh Hefner kind. As I take off my top, I toy with the idea of removing my bra, but decide against it. I don't want to come off too strong. At least, not yet. When I slide my feet into my slippers, I head back to where Bryce is standing in the kitchen, opening a bottle of wine. As he pops open the top, his eyes roam me up and down, and a small smile grows on his face. I hope this is okay, I say, looking down at my outfit, not sure if I made the right choice. I pause to look outside. Doing nothing in my comfies sounds like the perfect night. Your comfies? He asks. I roll my eyes. My jammies. Jammies, he says with a smile as he pulls out the cork. I ignore his humor at my words. You can put yours on too. Get cozy. He grabs a glass and pours. What if I told you I slept in the nude? My cheeks heat up, and I haven't even started on the wine yet. Bryce lets out a deep chuckle as he hands me my glass. Go ahead and step outside. I'll change and join you in just a second. He walks into the living room to grab his bag, and into a bedroom on the other side of the house. I don't know if I should be relieved or concerned that he's given us separate bedrooms. My mother says a man shouldn't expect sex just because he's bought a woman a meal. The thought that there are no presumptions is kinda sexy. I take my glass and head out the back door. As I step outside, I stop and inhale a deep breath. The air is cleaner than I've ever experienced. Nothing but pine trees, forest, and earth meet my senses. The air in San Francisco is anything but this. This is pure, clean oxygen. The tall trees that surround his property seem to be endless behind us as the landscape climbs up a steep hill. The late summer sunset casts a red and orange hue in the sky. I don't hear cars, sirens, or even people. Everything is still, except this whistling up high. I look up and see nothing that sound could be coming from. Bryce slides the door open, and when I turn around, the vision of a gorgeous man dressed in a plain white tee with plaid pajama pants makes me happier than I ever imagined seeing him would. This is Bryce. Not the media mogul, not the man who feels like he has the world on his shoulders. The look of content is still on his face. I bet it matches my own. He sets his glass down on the table and takes mine, also setting it down on the table. He sidles up behind me and wraps his arms around my waist, tightly holding me. I drop my head to his chest, letting him caress me in his arms as we stand in silence. I can feel his breath rise up through his chest as he slowly releases more than just the air from his lungs. As every second passes, his grip on me gets more relaxed and his body less rigid. I forgot how much I loved it back here, he says, barely above a whisper, so as not to ruin the quietness surrounding us. It's breathtaking. Definitely not something I've ever seen in the city or Berkeley. What's that slight whistling sound? He points up at the sky. It's the wind running through the tops of the trees. I look up in awe. Wow, that's beautiful. So peaceful. My mom used to call it nature's music. I lean my head back against his chest again, gripping his arms around me tighter. I love that. The sun falls behind the mountains, painting the most amazing hues of blue, pink, and purple across the sky. I could get used to this, I sigh, nestling into him more. The scenery or me? He asks, softly kissing my cheek. Both, I say, turning my head to see him. His lips lightly brush against mine, holding them there for a breath as I melt into him. Here, let's sit and relax a bit, he says, motioning toward the lounge chairs. I reach for my glass and sit on the corner. To my dismay, Bryce sits on the opposite edge. But before I can say anything, he reaches for my legs, propping them up on his knees, and starts to rub my feet. Now you're just spoiling me, I tease. Maybe you deserve to be taken care of for once. This time here is for you. I have no idea how you do it. I was exhausted after a few hours of Boy Scouts, yet you do that every day. I shrug, trying to blow off how hard parenting really is. You just get used to it, I guess. I should check on him. You called him twice on the ride here. Give the Masons a chance. You said they're good with him. Try to relax and enjoy the time with me. Not worrying about Charlie is a foreign concept to me. That's a bit hypocritical, considering how much I know you're dying to call the office right now. He groans. I'm wary about leaving Austin in charge. I planned on working tonight to make sure everything's okay. Give him space. Maybe he'll surprise you. He grins with a shrug as he concedes. Deal. We both agree to live in a bubble and let the world exist without us. Now it's my turn to groan. Let's just hope it's still turning when we return. He laughs. Charlie's going to be fine. He's having a blast. Unless there's a side to him I haven't seen. Is he secretly a spoiled, tantrum-throwing little boy? You've pretty much seen what there is to know. He's an active, lively, silly, amazing little boy. I smile as the image of his face flashes through my mind. I love him more than anything. Our life isn't the easiest, but he makes it all worth it. And you? What about me? Tell me about you. Without a truth or dare question attached? I tease, making him laugh out loud. No truth or dare question. Tell me something no one else knows about you. My life isn't an open book. Not that I'm hiding anything. I just don't have many people in my life to talk to. Abby has been a great friend, and my mom is my closest confidant. Still, there are some things I don't talk to her about. I found my birth father 2 years ago.
Wow. That must have been a difficult decision to make.
I sigh, looking down to the ground. It was something I had been thinking about doing most of my life. He was a sperm donor, so I didn't have any feelings of neglect, and I wasn't looking for comfort from abandonment. One day, I was thinking about Charlie and Ashton, and I wondered if it was better to know that I didn't have a dad at all, or to be in Charlie's shoes and at least know who he was.
Was it hard to find him? I thought that was all confidential.
It used to be, but I read about people who had found their donor fathers through those DNA tests everyone's doing now. I did it, and surprise, it turns out he had too. They have services that hook people up through adoption processes, and they do for donors. I put it out there that I'd like to meet him and gave the service my number. Within a few months, he called. His eyes open wide.
That must have been wild to have him call like that.
It was. I laugh lightly. We spoke for about a half hour. He told me he had 3 kids of his own, the oldest being 7 years younger than me. I didn't really want to know how many other kids he had. I'm not sure how I feel about having siblings. He was really nice and offered to meet.
Did you?
I shake my head. I decided against it. My mom's done so much for me. I don't need to have that other side in my life. It's not like he's my real father. He doesn't know my mom. He's never even seen her. He didn't walk out on us or give me up for adoption. He was a student, trying to make it through college, and they paid for him to donate. He did a favor to my mom, and I'm forever grateful. I think it's best to leave it at that.
That's very mature of you.
I lift my glass and take a sip of my wine, thinking back to that day when I thought I'd made up my mind. Funny how I haven't really thought about that moment until now. So, what about you? Tell me something no one else knows about you. There's a small pause as he places my feet back on the ground and pulls me tighter to him. The trees begin to whistle again.
I looked into adopting a child,
he says, surprising the hell out of me. You what? I ask, shocked.
He sighs and shakes his head. I know, it's ridiculous. The idea was weighing on me, and I started doing research. But I realized I was in way over my head and tried to forget about it.
How long ago was this?
Right after I turned 30.
My parents were 30 when I was born, so I started to think about how my life had turned out. There were a lot of what-ifs. What ifs?
What if my mom hadn't died? What if I hadn't become the head of a company at 22 years old? What if my father hadn't married Missy? What if Austin wasn't always running from his responsibilities? Am I where I thought I'd be at 30?
Where's that?
Married, kids, traveling. Definitely those 3 things. You know, I always thought I'd be the kind of guy with an RV, and I'd drive all over the country with my family, showing them places like Mount Rushmore, or going fly fishing in Montana, or visiting a dude ranch in Wyoming.
My head tilts to the side as I glance in his direction. He's staring out in the distance with a crooked smile and a glazed look in his eyes.
You really want kids? I ask softly. His hand reaches down to gently touch my chin. I do. Spending that day with Charlie, making the vegetable car, was the best day I've had in a long time. Then why didn't you research it more? Mainly because of my life and work schedule, but also because I wouldn't want to raise a child without a woman by my side. My mom was amazing. She was everything to me. I wouldn't want to deprive a child from that experience. So, what now? His fingers intertwine with mine, pulling me into him. For now, I live my life as God intended, and hope there's a reason He changed the course of my life. Of our lives. Our eyes meet, and we stay here, unsure of where this is going or how we'll make it work. But also, neither of us seems scared enough to stop it. My eyes roam from his to his lips and back up again. How in the world did I find a man like Bryce? I never thought there would be a man who could light my soul on fire and want to be a part of Charlie's life as well. My last bit of resolve snaps, and I'm ready to dive in. Ready for whatever this man brings me. But, most of all, I'm ready for him. His hand moves up to cup my face, his gaze so soft while looking into my eyes. I know he feels it too. This is real. We are real. The doorbell rings, and I jump, breaking our trance of each other. I'll be right back, Bryce whispers, before getting up and heading toward the house. My head drops back as I close my eyes, inhaling deeply. Bryce. On the outside, he has this hardened exterior, but on the inside, he's an explorer, a dreamer, a lover, and someone who just wants to experience the normalcy of life. And so do I. I've lived such a sheltered life since Charlie was born. I haven't even thought about a man or what it would be like to feel a man's touch in years. Even when I was with Ashton, it was quick, rushed, more about him getting off than me. I know it will be different with Bryce, and I'm more than ready to start this next chapter of my life with him. When he comes back, holding the pizza in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, I stand and walk toward him with determined steps. I know exactly what I want. He places the items down and starts to turn back toward the house when I lay my hand on his arm. He turns toward me, and his eyes darken when he sees the look I am giving him. My skin is flush. There's a rush of adrenaline and need pouring through my veins. My chest rises with a shaky breath that only comes when you're out of your mind in lust for the man standing right in front of you. I don't know if it's right or wrong, and right now, I really don't care. I run my hand up his chest and hear the small groan release from his lips. Our eyes lock, and I say all I can as I let my palm travel down his muscular chest, over the peaks of his ribs, and down his taut stomach to rest just above his hip bone. His lips part as my fingers brush the top of his pajama pants. I want Bryce. I want him to take me, to show me what it's like to be loved by a man, a real man. A man who only knows the truth in a world full of dares. His knuckle rises to graze my cheek. I fall into his touch, closing my eyes and feeling as it skims down my chin before his thumb traces my lips. I really want this, Bryce whispers. I want it so fucking bad, it hurts. My eyes flutter open. I do too. Instantly, his lips crash into mine as his arms wrap around my body, lifting me off the ground. When his mouth opens, my heart melts and tingles spread all the way to my toes. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him closer into me as I sweep my tongue against his. Absolutely lost to the sensation that is Bryce Sexton, I barely notice when he starts to move, carrying me back into the house and toward the bedroom. My heart races a mile a minute, not out of fear, but anticipation. He slowly lowers us to the bed, lifting slightly just to look at me. His hand moves my hair out of the way before he leans down, bringing his lips to meet with mine again. I feel his fingers run down my neck to my shoulder and then down my arm until they meet the bottom of my shirt. Teasing, he flips around the hem until I feel the warmth of his hand against my bare skin. The way he takes his time, slowly caressing my body, his large hand gripping my waist from front to back, builds so much excitement within me. When a low growl releases from his mouth, I drop my head back in ecstasy. I've never felt so sexy, so much like a woman in my life. Needing to feel more of him, I reach around and tug on his shirt, pulling it up and over his head. He releases our kiss just long enough to remove his clothing, and holy shit, I get the first full look of Bryce's chest. I've seen guys in pictures, men who have hair on their chests or six-pack stomachs, but none of them compare to seeing Bryce standing in front of me in the flesh. Ashton was a boy, nothing but scrawny arms and white skin. Bryce is all man. His shoulders are wide, and the way he's holding himself up, naturally flexing his muscles, would bring me to my knees if I wasn't already lying down. The small bit of chest hair that lines his pecs is the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Until I see the look in his eyes. While I was ogling his body, he was staring down at me, waiting for my approval, waiting for me to get my fill, and my God, I have. He slowly lifts my shirt, pulling it over my head, revealing the black lace bra I have on underneath. When his lips meet with my neck and his hand grips my breast, my back arches off the bed and a moan escapes my lips. Bryce has barely touched me, yet I've never been so turned on in my life. I feel needy. I feel greedy. I already want more of him. I don't want this to stop. Ever. When we're done, and we both get our fill, I want to start all over again. I want to be brought right back to this feeling, over and over again. I never knew intimacy could feel like this. So helpless, yet totally in control. So absolutely enthralled in another human being, like you can't get enough of them, yet they are right there with you, every part of their body touching you, yet you need more, so much more. When he pulls my bra down, making my breasts pop out before running his tongue over one nipple, I swear a zing runs through my body and I gasp at the feeling. The feeling of him, and knowing this is only the beginning. I'm not sure if I can handle what he can do to me, what my body is yearning for so much. I run my hands through his hair, pulling tightly as my back arches again. "Bryce," I whisper through my teeth. "Fuck. That is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I need you, Tessa, more than you'll ever know." His hips roll into mine, and my greediness turns into pure torture. When I reach my hand down to grip him through his pajama pants, a low moan escapes my lips and tingles surround my clit. I've never needed anything in my life as badly as I need him inside me, showing me what it's like to truly be with the man you're meant to be with. His fingers dip down below my waistband, and I swear, the tingling I was feeling before is nothing compared to the throbbing my clit is doing now. He roams his way over my body, on top of my pennies, making the sensation even worse. I need pressure. I need girth. I need him. When he finally makes his way inside my pennies, I swear, the earth stands still with just one flick of his finger against me. Jolts of pleasure rip through me as a scream escapes my lips. His mouth crashes against mine, capturing every moan, every scream, every breath, while his fingers work me up in a frenzy. When he slips one finger inside me, I explode around him. My legs tighten, my breath hitches, and my entire body goes rigid as waves ignite up my body, through my chest, and out to my fingertips. I never knew what it felt like to have someone else give you an orgasm, and my mind goes blank as the waves of serenity roll through me. God, Tessa, your pussy just squeezed my finger so tight, I thought it would cut off the circulation. Please tell me you can handle more. I'm not sure I can live without being inside you right now. When my brain comes to, my eyes open, staring at the man in front of me in absolute awe. I run my hands up his arms to his shoulders and cup his face. I want this, Bryce. Please, please don't stop now. Thank God. His lips crash into mine again, working their way down my neck and to my chest, where he fully removes my bra, kissing each nipple as they appear, before moving down my stomach and sliding off the remainder of my clothes, leaving me completely naked and absolutely soaked. He lifts himself from the bed for a brief moment, reaching into his suitcase for a condom, and then removing his pajama pants and boxers. My heart races at the sight of his enormous cock on full display. My body's still a tingly mess from my first orgasm, but seeing him in all his glory lights that fire within me again. I'm dying to know what he feels like. What being stretched to the nines by his cock will do to my body. A low ache builds once more, and the greediness comes back in. I want him inside me, and I want it now. His eyes meet mine as he slides on the condom. I lick my lips, and the smirk he gives me in return is all I need to drive me wild. As he lowers himself on top of me, my heart pounds and my eyes close. Every sensation is so overwhelming, but when he slides inside me for the first time, I'm done for. A moan works its way out, the deepest I've ever heard be released from my body, as I spread my legs more, needing him to fill me as much as possible. His hands find mine, intertwining my fingers, and he pulls on them when he pushes further. Fuck me, Tessa. My God, your body feels... His manly growl tickles my ear. I tightly wrap my legs around him, bringing him in the rest of the way, and relishing in the full feeling running through my body, deep inside. Bryce, I barely get out as he moves out and then back in. My head drops, and my eyes roll back in my head. Sensations I've never felt race through me. Every inch, every centimeter of my body is lit on fire by this man, as if I were fireworks burning their way down the wick before they exploded. All by his doing. Yes, I scream as he starts to thrust his way inside me. My fingers run down his back, grabbing his ass and squeezing tightly, needing something to help relieve the build of pressure igniting inside me again. I never want this to stop. It can't. I want him to fuck me again and again, if this is the feeling I'll get every time. The way his body slides in and out of mine drives me wild. Just those mere inches leave me dying for more as he pulls out, but when he slides back in, I feel like I'm going to die from ecstasy with every thrust. More and more, my temperature rises. My body tingles, and my limbs start to shake when I hold on to him for what feels like dear life. Oh, God, Tessa. Yes, give it to me, he whispers into my ear. And I do. I explode yet again, clenching on his cock in waves I didn't even know were possible. The groan that releases from his mouth as he grips my entire body, squeezing me just as hard, does me in.
Chapter 19. Bryce. We ate cold pizza. It was the best fucking pizza I'd ever had in my entire life. It feels like I've been chasing Tessa forever, when it's only been a few weeks. It's amazing how my life has altered in that short amount of time. For instance, the internet connection has always been terrible at this house. Had I come here more often, I would have completed the final installation of the server that would give me internet access at any time. Since I didn't, I am stuck with no way of checking my emails, and my phone is getting the worst service. I have a few voicemails from my father that I haven't listened to. Usually, I'm quick to return calls. Today, I don't feel like leaving bed. I've been up since 6 and spent a good portion of my morning watching Tessa sleep. Her lips, which are always set in a pout, are plump as she lets out tiny gasps in her sleep. At first, I thought she was having a nightmare. Turns out, she laughs in her sleep. It's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. Her long, silky hair is splayed out on the pillow. I run my fingers through it, as I have been all morning. Each time I do, she smiles softly and cuddles into me. I hold her and run my hand down her back, counting the tiny beauty marks she has on her shoulder. There are 7. When I get up to use the bathroom, I use the one in the hallway so as not to disturb her. I throw on my pajama bottoms and brush my teeth. When I go back to the room, the bed is empty. I walk into the living room to see Tessa standing by the bookcase, wearing my t-shirt and nothing else. She has a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird in her hands. I walk up behind her, lace my fingers around her waist, and lean down to rest my chin on her shoulder. "Good morning," I say. "I wasn't expecting you to be up."
The bed was cold without you.
She turns her head to kiss my shoulder and then puts the book back on the shelf. The bookcases cover the entire wall and are filled from top to bottom. Many books are collecting dust as they haven't been pried open in years. These were my mother's. She loved to read. We didn't have a TV here when we were kids, just so she could make sure we spent our day outside. If it rained, we either worked on puzzles or read books. She looks up at the hundreds of books.
How many of these have you read?
All of them. I feel her body jolt.
All of them? I can't even sit still for a dirty romance novel.
My groin twitches. You read romance? Her shoulders rise.
Sometimes. I prefer movies, though.
Ah, yes, the superhero variety, if I recall. My comment makes her giggle. She relaxes into me.
Do you still like to read?
I don't have as much time as I used to, but I try to sneak in a few chapters here and there. She spins in my arms and laces her hands around my neck.
What are you reading right now?
The Great Gatsby. Tanner thought I needed a lesson in the American dream, I say. Her brows curve together in confusion. I lean forward and kiss the line that's formed there. Have you seen the movie?
Is Henry Cavill in it?
No.
Then I didn't see it.
She smiles and looks up into my eyes.
Will you read to me?
I've never read out loud before. I've also never had a girl ask me to read out loud to her. I think I'll like it, though. I take her hands and walk her over to the couch. There's an Afghan hanging on the back, so I lay it over her. My bag is in the bedroom, so I grab my book along with my glasses and walk back to the living room. I lift her legs and take a seat on the couch, laying her feet on my lap and propping my own on the coffee table. I start from the beginning and read to her. The book is short in comparison to most books, so I figure I'll stop when she either shows signs of being hungry or bored, or until she falls asleep. To my surprise, she's not doing any of the three. For 3 hours, I continue to read. She lies on the pillow with her hand draped behind her head. The sunlight pours through the back windows as we lie in a sleepy corner of the living room and enjoy an afternoon of literature and lounging.
That's so incredibly sad,
she says as I close the book, having read the final page. Her tiny frown makes me laugh. It is.
Who ends a book like that?
I show her the cover. F. Scott Fitzgerald. What did you think of it? She bites her lower lip as she looks back at me.
I think you have the sexiest reading voice ever.
I grab her hand and kiss it. Thank you, but I meant, what did you think of the book? She giggles.
I loved it. I didn't know where it was going to go, but it got me thinking.
And this is where one of the greatest conversations of my life begins. For the next few hours, Tessa and I talk. We discuss the book. We discuss infidelity. We talk about crime, expectations, and reputation. We discuss the notion of being in love with someone and watching from afar as they live a life with someone else. I've been with women before, but I've never sat and talked with someone. Not while we hold hands and explore each other's minds. Not while we're cuddled on a couch in an Afghan. Not while wasting an afternoon. Not like this. When Tessa's stomach rumbles, we order in and devour the food on the back deck. Our conversation turns to our real lives, past stories and present. All Sexton boys had to learn how to dance. Austin took ballet. She tilts her head with squinted eyes. I explain further. He thought my dad would be disgusted and pull him out.
Did he?
She asks. Nope. He was so mad that Austin tried to outsmart him and my mom that he went out and got him a tutu.
And Austin
wore a tutu to ballet class every week for a year. I grin. She laughs out loud as she covers her mouth full of food.
What about Tanner?
Jazz. That guy is a phenomenal dancer. When she swallows, she asks,
So if Austin took ballet and Tanner took jazz, what about you?
Tap, obviously. I deadpan. She leans over and kisses me. Believe it or not, I show her a few of my dance moves. The sun is getting hazy in the sky when she suggests we finally get dressed. I take her for a walk along the lake. We discuss the architecture and things we love about all the houses. She likes the log cabin homes with big windows and wraparound porches. I like the stone houses with peaked front entryways. We grab cinnamon rolls and coffee at a local bakery. I watch her devour hers and lick frosting off her fingers before I even take a bite. When I see her eyeing up mine, I offer it to her. She takes it, breaks it in half, and then kisses me with a mouthful of cinnamon goodness. I finally break open that bottle of wine I brought out last night. We bring the Afghan out on the deck and look at the stars while drinking our wine. Tessa's stories are bright and colorful. Her sense of humor is quick and witty. Her presence is addicting. The hours have flown by, and I'm sad to see this day end. We're not in a rush to leave, but being here with her makes me want to stop time for eternity. Her eyes are really blue, but when you look at them in the moonlight, they're strikingly violet. I've never seen anything like it. I've never met anyone like her. I am easily becoming addicted to Tessa Clark.
Bryce?
She asks. Yeah? I sigh as I curl a strand of hair behind her ear. Her long lashes hit her cheeks as she looks down to ask her question.
I can't be one of many. What we have is amazing, but it can only work if you're mine.
I lay my knuckle under her chin and tilt her mouth up. Her eyes flutter open and look up at me as she waits for my answer. Baby, I've been yours since I watched you kick a garbage can on a roof. You howled at the moon, and I lost my heart that day. I'm yours, Tessa, and you are mine. Only difference is, I didn't need to ask you that. I claimed you the moment I laid eyes on you. That is, if you want me. A slow smile builds on her face. She doesn't answer me, though. Hell, she doesn't even kiss me. A profession like that should at least warrant a kiss. Instead, she wiggles out of my arms.
I'll be right back.
She heads back inside and leaves me here with my heart on my sleeve. I've professed my love to women before. Once when I was 15 and didn't know the difference between love and lust. Again when I was 20 and thought my college sweetheart was my forever girl. This time, I'm a wiser man. She leaves me out here for 10 minutes. I know how long it is because I'm staring at my watch as the seconds tick by. I decide that if she doesn't come back out in 5, I'm going to look for her. I don't have to. The door to the deck opens, and inside stands Tessa in lavender lingerie, so sweet and so sexy that I think I died and went to heaven. Does that mean I passed the test? I ask, staring at her creamy thighs peeking out of the high slit. She bites her lip.
Who said the exam's over?
I growl, a mean, lust-filled growl, as I take my shirt off and chase her into the house. I don't stop until I have my girl in the bed and in my arms. And the nightie, it's off in 30 seconds. Should we finally try to make it to dinner tonight? I ask, with her naked and lying on my chest. The sun rose a few hours ago, but we wouldn't know since we've been tangled in the sheets all morning.
Going out to dinner is overrated. I think we've done our vacation right.
She giggles, her breath tickling my skin. Couldn't agree more. I kiss the top of her forehead, smiling from ear to ear. I don't want this to end. I don't want to go back to work and stress. When I'm with Tessa, I feel carefree. I keep thinking I should ask her to move in with me, but I know I have to stop myself from moving too fast. Our time together has been everything I ever wanted. But we have to see how things work when we're back in reality. I do know one thing's for sure. I need to start relying on my employees more so I can work less. It will take some getting used to, but knowing I have her is the best motivation I need.
I could go for some coffee, though. Where's the pot? I'll make us some.
She starts to get up from the bed, but I pull her down with a kiss. I don't have anything here. I'll run to the store. The service is awful here, so I can log into the Wi-Fi and check my email.
I'll come with you. My phone is on 2 bars and I want to check in on Charlie.
I take a quick shower and toss on a pair of shorts and a polo. My hair is still wet as I comb it back and head toward the front door. To my surprise, Tessa is already there. She's showered as well with her hair pulled into a neat braid, and her face is makeup-free. You're gorgeous, I say. It's the truth. For a woman who makes a living in making people glamorous with makeup, she is the most stunning when she has nothing on. This is my girl. I kiss the freckles on her nose. We take a drive to the coffee shop and head in. We order our coffees and grab a small table by the window. As soon as I log into my email, my pulse begins to race. 1,161 emails. Motherfucker. My phone is blowing up with voicemail after voicemail and 98 texts. I've been away from the office for 48 hours. This is the most disconnected I've ever been. ever felt. It's making me queasy just looking at all of the unanswered correspondence.
Are you okay?
Tessa lays her hand on my arm. I brush her off. Yes, I motion toward my phone. I just have to go through a few things from the office.
Okay. You do what you have to do. I'm gonna grab a paper and sit outside. You take all the time you need.
When she rises and gently kisses me on the head, I feel like a complete dick for being brash. Thank you. I kiss her hand before she walks away. I'm the luckiest son of a bitch. I'd better not fuck it all up. As I go through my emails, I'm impressed to see almost all of the issues have been handled correctly. Any fires have been put out, and the papers have all been printed without concern. One of my greatest attributes is hiring the best of the best. From my editors to sales and marketing, right down to distribution, Sexton Media has a top-notch team. Even my assistant has done everything to keep me up to date. Where I didn't hire Jeannine personally, I'm proud of the work she's done. She's also sent me her final revisions on the article Missy asked her to do. It will be printed this weekend, with the digital team working on interviews and video packages about street racing. Missy might have assigned this as a way to intimidate Austin, but it has become a fantastic cross-promotion for the Sexton brand. It's enlightening, educational, and changing the landscape of San Francisco culture. My coffee is drained before I'm through a quarter of the emails. I take the time to listen to the voicemails from my father, starting on Wednesday night. His angry voice shouts in the message. "Bryce, this is your father. Call me back immediately. It is unacceptable for you to miss a dinner I specifically requested you to be at. You have no idea how unhappy Missy is. First, you miss dinner, and then your brother shows up with his whore of a girlfriend. Did you know your brother was fucking your assistant? That's right. He showed up with that trailer trash, and the two of them destroyed the entire evening. They ganged up on me and Missy and then walked out before the food was served. It was embarrassing. The things she said to me, Bryce, I should fire her on the spot. Unacceptable behavior. You'd better have a great excuse. Where the hell are you? Call me back." I push my fingers deep into my eyes as I rub them. Why the hell can't Austin follow simple directions? All he had to do was go to dinner on Wednesday night, have a drink, order a steak, and leave. Of course, he had to go and make a fucking mockery of the event, and he brought Jeannine. I knew he was messing around with my assistant. I just hoped she had a better head on her shoulders than to get seriously involved with him. Going to a Sexton dinner is way beyond her pay grade. I grab my phone and dial Austin's number. He quickly picks up. His voice is playful. "I was wondering when you were going to check up on me." Of course, this is all a joke to him. My blood boils. "She said to give you space, and I did for 2 fucking days. As soon as I turn on my phone, it's to find out that you can't follow one simple direction." "Wait, who is she, and what the hell are you mad about?" "Don't give me that shit." My voice is curt. Rapid, angry breaths fill my lungs. "I can't believe you brought my assistant to dinner the other night." "I don't owe you any explanation for who I want to have dinner with." He sounds so damn entitled. I don't know why I'm surprised. For the first time in years, I take time off, and things don't get done the way they're supposed to. "You damn well know I have every right to know if you're dating my assistant, and you can bet your ass you owe me an explanation about why you walked out on Dad and Missy before food was even served. We're supposed to be keeping the peace, trying to keep Missy happy, not making things worse. You know she has proof you race and is trying to get you arrested." "Missy can kiss my ass. Missy can..." I stand from the table and walk out the front door of the shop, toward the parking lot. My body doesn't know what to do with this anger, so I keep moving. Why are you so thick-headed? I'd have to be convicted of a crime, and I've done nothing that would warrant anything more than a speeding ticket. This is so typical, Austin, I shout as I pace between the cars, ignoring the eyes of the other patrons walking through the lot. Ever since we were kids, you've been acting like the world isn't watching when you go off the rails. You just do what you want to do at everyone else's expense. Watch it. You're starting to sound like Dad. Maybe he and I are starting to agree on something for a change, I say. There's silence on the other end. If it wasn't for the sound of his teeth grinding, I'd think he'd hung up. You were supposed to be at that dinner, if not to make Missy happy, then to get Dad to come to his senses. I've tried. I've been trying, and I thought maybe for once in your fucking life, you would actually do what you were told and come through. Why the hell would Dad listen to me? Because you were his favorite. Austin's tone changes in mock disbelief. In what lifetime was that? The one before you became an asshole teenager. He did everything with you. He'd take you to the racetrack and bring you to meet the winners. Every summer, you'd enter the soapbox derby and he'd help you build the car. Hell, you even like the same shitty old movies he does. Dad might have been brainwashed by Missy, but there's still the same Edward in there somewhere. I've been trying to get to him, but I'm out of my fucking mind with babysitting you while you're willing to risk Mom's memory, everything she built on being an arrogant asshole. I'm so sick of this shit. Why are you always busting my ass? I'm here covering for you if you've forgotten. Please tell me you'll at least get your dick sucked while you're gone. Maybe then you'll have your brain back and truly see what's going on around here. Have you even heard a fucking thing I just said, Austin? Yeah, the part where you think I don't try every day to keep Mom's memory alive. Maybe if you went to visit her grave every once in a while, instead of kissing Dad's ass, you'd remember why this company was worth fighting for. I throw my phone on the ground. Running my hands on the back of my head, I pull at my hair and pace back and forth, wondering why I was such an idiot to think I could do this. For the first time in years, I decided to step away, and what happens? My family does what they've always threatened to do. They fuck it all up.
Chapter 20. Tessa. Charlie would love it here. As I sit at a tiny table at the back of the coffee shop and look out at the mountains, I know my nature-loving, superhero adventure-having son would have the time of his life in Tahoe. Maybe Bryce and I can bring him over the holiday break. I bite my lip and shake my head, just thinking about it. How did I, Tessa Clark, the girl who declared years ago that she didn't need a man, end up in love? Wait, I'm not in love. Am I? Just thinking it seems so surreal. If Bryce wasn't so damn persistent, I never would have given him a second chance. Thank God he didn't give up. Bryce might not have said he loves me, but he's said he's mine, and I'm his. And now I feel like a 13-year-old who got her first boyfriend. I won't lie, if I had a pen, I'd totally be doodling our names on this napkin under my cup. There's an older couple at a nearby table. They're holding hands and talking softly. For the first time, I can actually picture myself with someone. Bryce will have white hair like his father, and I'll definitely be dyeing mine until the day I hit the grave. We'll sit on our Adirondack chairs and talk about the kids and the grandchildren, maybe play Pinochle or Rummy Cube. Actually, we'll probably be on our iPads or whatever fancier device is out in the future. Speaking of devices, I take my phone out of my purse and call Eleanor Mason. Bryce said to give them the data bond without my hovering, and I did so. But now, it's time for this mama bear to hear from her baby cub, because I'm starting to go through withdrawals. The phone rings a few times before Eleanor picks up. We exchange our pleasantries as she gives me the rundown of all the things Charlie has been up to. He ate pancakes for breakfast. Rob spent a fortune on new toys for him. He tired them out at the park, fell and cut his knee, but it's just a scrape. He brushed and flossed his teeth last night. Oh, and then she utters these words. Now, try not to be upset at this next thing. I take a deep breath and brace myself. Ashton called, and the two of them had an amazing conversation. She says it like it's no big deal. My mouth is open, but there's no air going in or out. They what? He happened to call while we were settling in at the hotel last night, and Charlie asked if he could talk to his father. Naturally, I put him on the phone. I can just picture her playing with the pearls around her neck as she speaks. I lay my hand on my forehead as I try to figure out what on earth this woman does not understand when I say I don't want Charlie talking to his father. Put Charlie on the phone. Tessa, I know you're not pleased, but it was so beautiful to see Charlie when he spoke to his father. His sperm donor. That's crude. Naturally. I spit back her word. I want Charlie home now. You can't do that. You said we could have him until Sunday, she cries. I take an exasperated breath. Eleanor, I don't want to fight with you. Really, you are a lovely woman with good intentions, I'm sure. But you've proven time and time again that you are not responsible with Charlie's feelings. Tessa, please. Put Charlie on the phone. Now. I bite. There's a shuffling, accompanied by Eleanor's whimpers. I don't want to be the villain in this situation, but she makes me one every single time. If it were up to her, she'd fly Charlie to the other side of the world and have him sing Kumbaya, my lord, with his father. Charlie gets on the call before I have a chance to imagine any other ridiculous scenarios. Mommy, guess what? Grandma and Grandpa bought a special ticket, so we had a guide taking us behind the scenes and showing us how everything was built. And you're never going to believe what I got to do. What? I ask, trying to pull from his excitement and hide my own frustrations. They were building this huge dinosaur, and I got to place a few of the bricks. I chuckle at the happiness in his voice, something I needed to hear badly right now. That's great, baby. Are you being a good boy? Yes, Mom, he says with what I assume is an eye roll. I held hands and followed all the rules. I even sat on the bench with Grandma for an hour because her ankles were swelling. I smile. That's my sweet boy. I've been so good that Grandma and Grandpa Mason
said they're taking me to the Theelifeacarium. You mean the aquarium? I guess. Yes, the aquarium. I want to live here. They have a theme park and a water park and an aquarium. I love Legoland. He shouts into the phone, causing me to lightly pull it away from my ear. There's been a change of plans. Grandma and Grandpa are going to take you home tomorrow morning. No, they promised I'd get to see the sea turtles. It's okay. I'll take you to the aquarium of the bay near our house. I want you home. But, Mom, he cries. I was going to see the sea turtles like they have in the Great Barrier Reef where Dad lives. He told me today that he swims with them all the time. I promised him I'd find one for him at the aquarium. I promised. And this right here is the reason my rules are in place. My 5-year-old is hysterical in tears because he wants to keep a promise to a man who won't ever return the favor. Baby, it's nothing you did wrong. It's just time to go home. Grandma and Grandpa are tired. No, they're not. They bought the tickets already. His words come out in panted breaths as he tries to talk through the tears. Eleanor comes back on the line. Do you hear what you're doing to this child? Really, Tessa, telling him he can't enjoy the day because you're punishing us. Don't make this out to be my fault. Tell me, when Ashton spoke to Charlie, did he even acknowledge that Charlie's in kindergarten? She pauses and then makes a noise as if she means to say something, and then goes quiet again. He probably didn't think of it because we're on vacation, not doing homework. He doesn't even know what grade Charlie's in. Hell, he doesn't even know his birthday. His meaningful conversation with Charlie was as impactful as if he were talking to a tourist trying to rent a jet ski. There's an even longer pause as I listen to Charlie carrying on in the background and Eleanor sighing heavily into the phone. Let me calm him down and get him settled for the night. I'll call you in the morning when we're in the car on our way home. Her surrender makes me feel like a world-class asshole. Thank you. I don't get the best reception where I am, but I'll check my messages first thing in the morning. We hang up, and I feel awful. My coffee is getting cold, which is fine because I no longer have the desire for it. Rising from the seat, I cross my arms around my body and walk around. I throw my coffee in the garbage and look back into the coffee shop. Bryce isn't there, so I walk around the side to look for him. When I get to the front of the building, I see him pacing the parking lot. His phone is on the ground, and he's running his hands through his hair. Not in the mood to talk, I walk over to the car and let myself into the passenger seat. My elbow is on the frame as I lay my head in my hand. The driver's door opens, and Bryce folds himself into the car. The phone is now in his hand, so he tosses it on the center console and starts the engine. He pulls out of the parking lot and drives us back toward the house. The radio is off. All I can hear is the sound of the tires on pavement as we head through town. While the car is silent, my head is screaming at full volume. He spoke to Ashton. I mutter, still in disbelief that Charlie spoke to his father for the first time in his entire life
and the Masons are acting like it's the most natural thing in the world. And now he wants to go see the damn sea turtles. I bite my thumbnail as I peer out the window. Bryce remains stoic. My feet start to move with nervous energy as I think of the last time I spoke to Ashton. Get rid of it. Don't call me. Why are you sending me a sonogram when I said I didn't want anything to do with it? I say in a quiet, mock Ashton voice, half in thought and mostly to myself. And now I'm the bad guy. I glance over at Bryce, whose eyes are trained on the road. His jaw is clenched as he looks straight ahead. It's as if he hasn't heard a word I said. Charlie spoke to Ashton today, I say out loud. Bryce doesn't seem to hear that either. I speak again. Charlie spoke to his father. Finally, he seems to snap out of his daze. His eyes are still trained on the road, but his brows are furrowed. You're upset. I pop up straight and raise my hands in the air. Charlie doesn't need to know a man who begged me to abort him, who has wanted nothing to do with his life for the last 5 years. He runs his hands around the circumference of the steering wheel and then grips it tight. Maybe now he wants to get to know him. That should be a good thing. It's not a good thing to get a little boy's hopes up. You have no idea what that will do to him. I'm the one who will have to explain why we haven't heard from him or why he doesn't come to see him. Horrible things happen in this life. Fathers wanting to have conversations with their sons is not one of them. Are you serious right now? You have no clue what it's like to be a parent. He has a pinched expression. Sometimes you have to do the right thing in this world, even if it means putting your pride to the side and having a dinner with someone you despise. What are you talking about? No matter what has transpired in the past, he's his father. Family is everything, Tessa. You always talk to your father. He was the sperm donor who begged me to murder my child. I spit in pure venom. People make mistakes. I am totally baffled. My little boy's heart will break wide open if he doesn't show up. Or if he does, when he leaves again, promising to call but never does. Because that's exactly what will happen. Charlie will get attached, only to have his heart broken. Are you talking about Charlie now, or are you talking about yourself? Excuse me? I state my words long and with attitude. There's a visual change to his posture as the insult he just flung at me settles in. I didn't mean it like that. Yes, you did. You don't lie, remember? Finally, he takes his eyes off the road for a moment to glance at me. His chest rises with a deep inhale as he shakes his head and looks straight again, his jaw clenched. My head isn't in the right place for this. My brother and his girlfriend, my assistant, mind you, royally told off my father and stepmother before bailing on them at dinner. Austin had one fucking thing to do, and he couldn't even do it. Okay. So he went to dinner and got into a fight with your dad. Families fight. You don't understand my family, Tessa. They're cutthroat. All Austin had to do was play nice for 1 night.
That's your solution? Play nice? And what happens tomorrow when they go back to behaving the way they have in the past? One dinner or one phone call doesn't make things right.
Better than telling a 5-year-old he can't know his father.
How dare you?
Tessa, don't say another word. I scold him over the console.
I puff out my cheeks and try not to scream.
You have this deranged idea of what a family is.
You speak of your brother like he's the most worthless human being, and you idolize your mother, but it doesn't even sound like you give your father a chance at anything. You passed up love and travel and living your best life so you can work 24/7. You haven't taken a day off in years. So, what is this? I motion between us and this thing that we have going on. The stalking, the dinners, the gifts, and weekend away? Is it all some sort of way of saying fuck you to your family? Because I am not a ploy, and neither is my son. He runs his hand along his hair and pulls at the ends as he turns into his driveway and parks the car, tearing the key out of the ignition. He bangs on the steering wheel.
Stop acting like you know anything about my family. My stepmother would rather see me and my brothers in jail than see my mother's dream succeed. My father has his balls in a vice and can't do anything about it, and I don't know why. I know what family is, and I know what I want. This thing with you isn't a ploy. I like having this space with us as a place where I can leave all of that bullshit. He falls back into his seat and looks up at the roof of the car. The anguish he's feeling on the inside radiates on the outside as he clenches his eyes shut and scrunches his mouth. His hands fist at his sides. What have I been doing? He's talking, but I don't think it's to me. Taking days off, sneaking around at night to see you, running off to Tahoe, meeting your kid when you didn't want anyone in your lives. The way he's shaking his head as he speaks is confusing me. You're speaking in code, Bryce. Spit it out. I don't know if I can do this. My job is my life. My family is being held together by a thread. His eyes open, but he's looking up at the ceiling. I lean back with my hands on the seat and dash, my back to the door, and stare at him with wide eyes. You don't know if you can do this? His head rolls to the side, and those coal-like eyes are set in a pained stare. I didn't want this, Bryce, I shout, despite the confines of the small space. I was fine on my own, but you pushed and you pushed. You forced your way into my heart, and now you don't know if you can do this? Tessa, no, Bryce. First, you tell me how I'm raising my son is wrong. Then you tell me you don't know if you can do this thing between us. This is exactly why I didn't want a man in my life. Men leave. Men fuck you and leave you. My mother was right. I rip the keys out of his hand and bolt out of the car, slamming the door. I'm unlocking the front door as he comes barreling around the car and up the front steps. Tessa, wait. He grabs my arm, but I pull it away. Don't touch me. I unlock the door and storm into the house, toward the room where my suitcase is. He's right behind me, so I turn quickly and hold a palm to his chest, pushing him away. Don't follow me. For the love of God, Bryce Sexton, don't say another word. You told me if I wanted you to leave me alone, you would. This is me saying, leave me the fuck alone. I lower my hand and back up. It surprises me that he isn't speaking. Like a defeated man, he's giving me my request. I don't know how I feel about this, but I square my shoulders anyway and fight back the tears. It's over, I say, backing into my room. I'm going to pack my bag, and I'm going home. I close the bedroom door and start to gather my things. A few minutes later, I hear his footsteps as he finally leaves the hallway and goes back toward the master bedroom. My stuff is ready to go in minutes, and I'm at the car, waiting for him in the back seat. When he walks out the front door, he has a book tucked under his arm and his own bag in his hand. He looks in the passenger seat with a tilted head and then sees me in the back. His expression is stoic, so I don't know what he's thinking. What I do know is he puts our suitcases in the trunk, gets in the driver's seat, and brings me back to San Francisco, with me lost in the book I downloaded to my phone, and him sitting in absolute silence.
Chapter 21. Bryce. I've never been so torn as I pull away from Tessa's building and drive off. Where to? I don't know. I can't go back to Tahoe, and I don't want to go home. As I drive over the Golden Gate Bridge and the dense fog over the bay, all I can think of is Tessa. I didn't want to insult her. I didn't want to push her away, especially after the time we'd had, but there I went again, fucking things up as usual. It's for the best. My whole life has been a testament to what I am never supposed to have. I was just a chubby kid with no friends who went to work with his mom, so I had something to do. When I finally sprouted and the girls took notice, I never forgot the way they treated me. I refused their advances and focused on my studies. Until college. Maria was the only girlfriend I'd ever had and the only woman I loved. I thought I'd loved. I should be mad at her for leaving me, but I had chosen work over her long before she chose travel over me. I know I'm not still hung up on her. That feeling went away years ago. What never left is the feeling of isolation. I even let go of many of my closest friends. Bar hopping and football Sundays are out of the question. The news cycle is 24/7. Everything else has to compete with newspaper deadlines and meetings. Even when I had that asinine idea to adopt a kid, I quickly dumped it, realizing I'd just end up neglecting the one person who counted on me the most. It was stupid, and so am I. Maybe Austin has the right idea. Be reckless and give no fucks. I should just cut ties with him and let him go off into the world, racing cars or playing action hero. Whatever the hell it is he wants to do. I don't know why I'm bringing Tanner into this. The kid's too smart, too artistic, too kind for this life. I passed the exit for Sausalito. My mom loved the art galleries and concerts. She'd bring us up there for lunch on the waterfront and fishing on the pier. I remember one day it was just her and us boys. Tanner was only 8 and wanted to know why we didn't have more days like that, just taking a drive and eating crab by the bay. I wish we could do this every day, but Mommy has to work.
Why?
He asked.
Because things don't come for free. They cost money.
She replied, ruffling his blonde curls.
We have everything we need,
Austin chimed in.
a nice house, the place in Tahoe, and Dad even bought that fancy car.
My mom rolled her eyes at that.
Daddy has nice taste and big dreams for us. He wants to get a new house and a boat.
We don't need any of that, I said.
If you want to cut back on work, it's okay with us.
She put her arm around Tanner, who was seated next to her, and extended her hand out to me and Austin, who were on the opposite side of the table.
I don't do it all so Dad can have nice things. This is for you. I want my sons to have a legacy, something you can build upon when you get older. Bryce, you love photography and travel. We can start a magazine someday. Austin, you'd make a fantastic movie critic, and you're so good at math. I bet you'll be doing the financials someday. And Tanner, you are going to run the entire marketing division. Everything I do for you. And if you don't want it, that's okay too. The company will be so successful, the doors will open for you wherever you go. Just don't ever worry about me. I love Sexton Media. I love the stories we tell and the people we serve. It brings me happiness, and someday it will for you too.
When she died, fulfilling the legacy she'd created for us became the priority. It brought her joy and purpose. It gave her a sense of familial obligation. I'm not as happy as she was when she ran the company. It's not because of the work. I actually relish the challenge. I like the stories and the obstacles I'm presented with. I love the success and feel pride every time a paper is printed or a blog gets another share. I took over my role, thinking my father would be by my side. He's been absent since the moment I walked through the turnstile. Then he had his childlike girlfriend to work for our company, giving her a top position. The two of them have been undermining me every step of the way. I assumed it would be a few years of constant work until my brothers were old enough to join me. Then Austin joined the Marines. Although admirable, it was only in an effort to avoid the life I had chosen. I resent that more than anything. My own brother turning his back on family, on me. Most people don't know that he was blown up by an IED and carried to safety. When my father called with the news, I broke down in fear of losing my brother. I was so angry with him for running away, and now he was broken. I was on the first flight to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center when Austin came home from war with a torn-up back. I brought him home, got the best surgeons, and fixed him beyond repair. When he was healed, I thought I finally had him back. He took his position as president of digital media within Sexton Media. While his body is present, his mind is elsewhere. He's still running. He went from machine guns to turbocharged engines and street racing at night. Part of me thinks he wants to get arrested. He wants to surrender his shares to our father and give him control of our company. Control to dismantle it. Tanner thinks we should do it. Give it up and move on. What's wrong with me that I can't let go? What's wrong with me that I'm choosing it all over a beautiful woman? I don't deserve her. The light on the dash ignites, letting me know I'm low on charge. I've been driving for so long, I forgot to keep track of the miles. I pull over to the side of the road and look up the nearest charge site. There's one in Petaluma. I can get a hotel for the night and recharge, both my car and my head. I'm pulling back onto the highway. My phone rings, echoing through the speakers. When I hit the accept button, I hear the one thing I've been dreading for 18 months.
Austin crashed while street racing. He's on his way to the hospital, but I don't think he's gonna make it.
Of all the times to be far from home with a car that doesn't run on fucking gas, tonight has to be the time. I ditch my car in a parking lot off US 101 and try to get a taxi to take me back to San Francisco. The taxi says it is too far and to try Uber. Since I have a driver, I've never even thought about downloading the Uber app. Why I chose the Golden Gate Bridge instead of the Bay Bridge so I could just hop on Bay Area Rapid Transit frustrates the hell out of me. Of course, the only reliable person in all of San Francisco Bay Area shows up. Brantley pulls up to the lot 45 minutes after I called him. It is lightning fast, considering the distance. He doesn't ask any questions. With no one on the road, we fly back into the city. Not only was Austin in a race, but he also had Jalen in the seat beside him. I knew there was something going on between them, but I didn't think it was serious enough for him to allow her to ride with him. He only rides with his good luck charm. Thank God Jalen wasn't hurt as well. She's the one who drove him to the hospital. I made sure she brought him to UCSF Medical Center. It still burns me that Missy received that honor, thanks to the sizable donations we've made to the hospital, dating back to when my mother was alive. The last investment must have been extraordinary to have her moniker on the wall of the children's waiting room. The staff will be discreet with his injuries. Last thing we need is an audience. I also placed calls to Austin's friends who have contacts with the police department and to my attorney. My brother's injury is priority number 1. Protecting his ass is number 2. Keeping others involved in the fallout out of harm's way is number 3. Despite my not being able to get to the hospital, I've been updated. Austin has a concussion and lacerated ribs. He's been rushed to surgery to work on a brain bleed. The thought has my stomach rolling and adrenaline pumping. I pull a jacket out of my bag and slide it on. The book I brought from the house, Pride and Prejudice, is sitting on the seat next to me. I put it in my pocket and pray I'll get the chance to give it to my brother. Brantley pulls up to the hospital. I grab my bag and jump out and stare at the entrance. The last time I was here, my mother was in a car accident, driving her car off a cliff. I heard my father say he thought she did it on purpose. Anyone who knew her said it was an accident. I know it was the latter. I came here that night, but not because she was here. Her body was in the ocean, being extracted by divers. I came here because Tanner had had a breakdown. He'd stopped breathing and was rushed to the hospital. He was only 14, too young to lose a parent. Austin and I stayed with him all night. We held hands, cried, and prayed. That was the moment I knew my brothers were my life. They're still my life. I turn back to the SUV and open the back door. I keep a pack of cigarettes under the seat. Tonight warrants a few. Brantley doesn't say a word about it. I take the pack and walk to the side of the building, behind a row of bushes where there's a path that leads to a small park-like area, which is closer to the emergency room side of the building. I take a seat on the bench. I inhale the nicotine and smoke my lungs away as I worry about my brother. People rush in and out of the building in hurried steps. Ambulances come cruising in as doctors wait on standby. I can only imagine this was the scene when Jalen brought Austin in after crashing a car into a guardrail. When we spoke, she said he was slumped over and unresponsive as his friends hauled him into a pickup truck, and I told her to get him out of there. I might not give Austin credit, but one thing's for sure. The guy has loyal friends. I called Tanner to give him the news. "Fuck," he says, snapping out of his grumbly voice. It's in the middle of the night in New York, and I've woken him up. "I'll try to get on a plane, but I probably won't be able to get out until late morning. Text me your itinerary. I'll have Brantley pick you up." "Yeah, definitely," he says, and is followed by the sound of a woman's voice. "Who's that?" I ask, sounding more like a prying father than an interested brother. "My muse," he says. I take a drag, wishing I had mine by my side at this moment. "Send her home and get your ass to the airport." Tanner sounds offended. "It's not like that, man. This one is special. I'm bringing her with me." "You're too young to know what special is." I know I sound like a dick, but that's the way I feel right now. Instead of being offended, Tanner sounds concerned. "Bryce, it's gonna be okay. Austin's gonna be okay." "We don't know that." "Yes, you do. It's the Sexton brothers' way. We always come out on top." "Yeah?" says who? "Austin," he says, assured. He said no matter what happens, we have an angel on our shoulder at all times, and if that doesn't work, we have Bryce. I rub my brow and then take another drag. "When did he say that?" "Always, and often. He's been especially sentimental since he fell in love." "He's in love?" I glance back toward the hospital, where I know Jalen is waiting inside. Based on her call earlier, she was devastated with worry and fear of losing him. Tanner laughs lightly. "Yeah, he's in love. He won't admit it yet. Hey, did you give him that book I told you to give him?" I shake my head. "No, but I have it with me, in my bag." "Good. Call me when you have an update." "Will do, brother. I love you." I hang up with Tanner and put out my cigarette. As I round the corner, going back toward the entrance of the main hospital, I see there's someone else lurking in the shadow of the side of the building. I stop abruptly when I see my father on his knees. At first, I think he's hurt. When I see his hands, palms tight to his lips, I realize he's praying. I don't want to disturb him, so I back up into the alcove of the building and wait while he speaks. "Merciful Lord in heaven, save my son." While I've heard his voice almost every day since the moment I was born, I've never heard my father pray before. "You saved him before. You can do it again." He stands up and hits the wall before tugging on his hair in agony. His shirt isn't pristine like it is every day, and he looks like he dressed in the dark. He's pacing the small area, muttering to himself. If I were to tell anyone that my father was hiding behind a hospital, praying for his son, they wouldn't believe me, especially Austin. He has been dismissive to us, and I've tried everything to get the man he once was to reemerge. When Austin was hurt in the Marines, Dad and Missy came to the hospital, but seemed more bothered than concerned. "I've sinned," he breathes. "You're punishing my boy for my sins." His confession is enlightening yet confusing. My father has sinned many times. Which sin he's atoning for is what I question. "If I knew how to take it all back, I would. I am in this mess and I can't get out. She has my life in her hands." His head is low as aggravation pours with each breath. The headlights of a town car briefly light up the space as it pulls up to the entrance. My father walks out from the side of the building and into the bright lights in the front. I follow but stay behind the wall in the shadows and watch as Missy gets out of the back seat and approaches my father. Missy looks perturbed as she walks up to him.
You just leave in the middle of the night without telling me that your son was in an accident?
He points a finger and then drops it. "I didn't want to wake you."
My assistant called me. He got a tip from one of his racing contacts that there was a crash. Nice I had to call the hospital to find out it was Austin and didn't find out from my husband.
"I was going to tell you as soon as I found out what had happened." She looks at him with annoyance.
Don't play the concerned father role, Edward. It's not flattering on you.
You're a feisty little bitch.
I was when you took me to bed when I was 19 years old. As I recall, you used to love this feisty little bitch.
"I created a monster," he says. She rolls her eyes.
Let's go upstairs and get this over with.
If they were any other couple, I'd let my presence be known. I won't, though. Missy's right. My father hasn't cared about our family for years, and her words are an admission that they were in a relationship long before my mother passed away. He deserves this life he's carved out for himself. One where he's tethered to a woman who is as vicious as he is. Let's see if he's alive first. He takes her hand and walks through the automatic doors. I shouldn't be surprised. 1 minute, he's worried about Austin, and the next, he only cares about taking Austin's shares away. My father's priorities are fucked. Knowing he's inside, I smoke another cigarette and wait. I wait for what feels like forever. The sky lightens lightly as dawn is on the horizon. My phone rings and it's the hospital. Austin is out of surgery. He's gonna be okay. I take a walk. I walk around the building. I walk through the emergency waiting room. I watch people sit in worry. I watch others cry in anguish. I see people leave, fixed and bandaged. I see mothers kissing babies and couples helping each other out the door. There's a soft hum in the air as the day breaks. It almost feels like all the bad stuff that happened yesterday is ready to evaporate. Ready to stop lurking in the outskirts of the hospital, I walk inside and head to my brother's room. When I enter, he's sitting up in his hospital bed with a bandage wrapped around his head and face cut to all high hell. Seeing him like this brings back way too many memories of the last time he was injured. Closing my eyes and fighting back tears, I take a few steps, trying not to wake him. As soon as I make it to his bed, his eyes slowly open and meet with mine. I see the hurt, the pain, and the happiness that I'm here, all in that one glance. back from Tahoe so soon?" he says with a smirk. "Please tell me you got some before you came rushing back here. You wake up from brain surgery and that's the first thing out of your mouth?" I ask. He tries to laugh, but coughs instead, leading to a grimace of pain crossing his face. "That's what you get for talking shit about my sex life," I joke. "Good to see you haven't lost your sense of humor." "Still as charming as ever." He tries to smile through the pain. I drop my head to my chest and push my hands deep into my pockets. "You had me worried there." I sigh, looking up to the ceiling to fight the tears threatening to appear again. "I know you can't live without me, but no need to cry, big bro." I chuckle to myself while shaking my head. I run my hands through my hair and then lean my elbows on the bed. "You have to stop scaring the shit out of me. I've had to come see you in the hospital too many times now." He purses his lips at the realization. "I guess I have given you my fair share of scares, though in my defense the first one was a bomb. I had nothing to do with that shit." "No more daredevil shit, you hear me? Tanner and I need a brother." I pause. "That reminds me." I reach into my coat pocket and pull out the book. "Tanner asked me to give you this." "Looks like someone's been reading this," he says, eyeing up the creases on the spine. "It was Mom's." "You are just like her, willing to read everything and anything." I changed the subject, not wanting to talk about Mom. "Tanner had me reading The Great Gatsby. When he moves back home, he'll have to cool it with the life lessons through literature. He can't get here soon enough, right? It will be great to have both my brothers working alongside me. If I hadn't been staring, I'd have missed the look of pride that formed on his face. He can't get a flight out of New York until tomorrow." "Tell him to stay home, I'm fine. He graduates soon enough and will be home full time. He needs to enjoy his final months before the real world kicks in." "Yeah, I don't have to worry about him joining the military and leaving us like you did." "But you do have to worry about him painting peace murals on the sides of buildings." I run my hand down my face. "Missy's going to eat him alive." "He's a good guy. He knows whose side to be on." He was so young when Mom died.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
I don't even know if he remembers her anymore. Tanner knows us. He knows we're brothers, and that tops everything. Sexton brothers. The war with Missy isn't over, so stop getting yourself hurt, okay? I give him a stern expression. Fine, Dad, I'll play safely from now on. Jalen needs you too, I say, knowingly. She says I need to stop being so hard on you. I laugh to myself. Funny, she says the same thing to me about you. What the hell does she see in you? He smirks. Have you seen this face? I could be the next Superman. Sorry, bro. That's my new role, not yours. Not with the black eyes you're sporting. You'd make a better Rocky. Nice, he drawls. When we get out of here, we're telling everyone I got into a bar brawl. You have to use the typical punchline. You should see the other guy. I finish his joke. We'll work on your alibi. I'm thinking you should take a few weeks off and recuperate. And not go into the office? Bryce, you've been harping on me for 18 months about not working hard enough, and now you're kicking me out? About that, I raise an eyebrow. I've been looking over your financials and productivity reports, and I pause. You're doing a really great job. Wow, a compliment from the great and powerful Bryce Sexton. I never thought I'd see the day. I try to laugh, but after the day I've had, there's not much laugh left in me. So, in all seriousness, are you going to tell me about the girl? He asks tentatively. I take a deep breath in and shake my head. Didn't go so well? I furrow my brows and stare into his bed sheets. I fucked it up. It's silent for a moment, but I keep my gaze locked on the white cotton, not sure what to say or do. Do you love her? He asks. I quickly look up, knowing very well I do, but not sure if I can say it out loud yet. Run to her, bro. If there's a girl out there who is worthy of making you want to change your life for the good, then go to her. Get her back. Stand outside her door for days until she answers. Fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness. Life's too short to let love pass you by. Don't let your fears hold you back from having it all. That's not what Mom would have wanted for you. I open my mouth, trying to say something, anything, but nothing comes to mind except it's complicated. So is running a billion-dollar business. I laugh and sit back in my chair. Austin's eyes are starting to look heavy, and I can tell the morphine drip just released his next dose. You mind if I sit here with you for a while? I ask. Of course. Just make sure when I open my eyes again, it's to a hot female, preferably of the hazel-eyed, peach-smelling variety. The smile on my face grows as his eyes slowly close. I pull my hands up behind my head, crossing my fingers and leaning into them. After the stressful day I've just had, all I want to do right now is sit with my brother. The book is still in his hands. I slide it out from beneath his fingers and look at the creased spine and worn pages. I open it and flip through, looking at the faint markings as the words pass by. A piece of white paper tucked between the pages gets my attention. I flip back to where I saw it and pull out the loose leaf paper, which has been folded into quarters. I open it and recognize my mother's handwriting. Bryce, Austin, and Tanner. Tomorrow you start the Harker School. Up until now, you've been in public school, so this is a big step for us as a family. Most importantly, it's a giant leap for your futures. This afternoon, we went to an orientation with your new teachers, and the parents there were all talking about their aspirations for their children. They wished for future lawyers, doctors, engineers, and astronauts. One woman said her son would be the President of the United States. While I wish only the best for you, I do want to share with you my wishes for who you become as men. I want you to be competitive, but to better yourself, and not for the sake of knocking others down. I want you to make others laugh, except at the expense of others. I want you to dance, even if you're bad at it. I want you to make a woman feel beautiful, even when she's not. I want you to be able to tell a good joke, especially the dirty kind. I want you to cook a good meal and appreciate a good bottle of wine. I want you to pick someone up when they're feeling down. I want you to place women, especially the right woman, up on a pedestal. I want you to love with your whole heart and never be afraid. I want you to be able to move on from great loss. I want you to be kind. I want you to be happy. I want you to be you. And for all that, I will always be proud. With all my love, to the moon and back, Mom. Fucking Tanner. I don't know if he knew this note was in here or if he even intended for me to read it. Of course, of all the times in my life when I needed to hear from my mom, now is the time. There are many things on this list I know I've achieved without having to look back. There are a few I know I have failed. I've found the right woman to place on a pedestal, yet I let her topple to the ground. Mostly because I was too afraid to love her with my whole heart. I want to be happy. The happy that only comes from living your life with the people you want to live it with. I haven't, and I know it's because of one thing. I've never moved on from the loss of my mother. I might never, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I do know that I don't want it to keep me from living my life with Tessa. I just hope I didn't fuck up too bad because I've never had to grovel before. I guess I should start figuring out how, because there's no way I'm letting her go.
Chapter 22. Tessa. My mom's name flashes across my screen, instantly inducing a frustrated sigh from my lips. I'm not in the mood to talk to her, but I know she'll keep calling until I answer. She has a way of being persistent like that. Inhaling deeply, mentally preparing myself for this phone call, I swipe the phone to answer. Hey, Mom. Well, hello there. How's your trip of sin? I'm home. I unwrap a Hershey's Kiss, my 20th since I started wallowing, and pop it in my mouth. You're home? What do you mean, you're home? I thought you weren't coming back until tomorrow, she asks, all flustered. Then she changes her tone. You had a fight. I eat more chocolates, suddenly wanting to stuff my mouth with as many as possible. I don't really want to discuss it. Well, you can't say I didn't tell you so. But I told you so. I toss the wrapper in the trash and miss. You were right. You're always right. She makes that sound that moms do when they don't like hearing their daughters upset. Tell me about it. Getting it off your chest might help. You know I'm always up for a good man-bashing session. God, Mom. I whimper. I hate myself for that. She must hear the small cry in my voice. Tessa, honey, are you okay? With a loud sigh, I roll my head and start pacing my small kitchen. On the counter is the now wilted vegetable car that Bryce made with Charlie. It should have been thrown away long ago, and fruit flies are starting to swarm. I pick it up and toss it in the trash. We got in a fight over Charlie. She sighs. Men who date single moms tend to do that. No. I wave off her accusation. Not like that. I was upset because the Masons let Charlie talk to Ashton. I don't trust those people. They have a warped sense of who their son is. They went against my wishes and allowed Charlie to talk to him. Bryce agreed that maybe Charlie should know Ashton. Absolutely not. That's what I said. I walk into the living room. Charlie's Lions t-shirt is on the sofa, on top of the pile of laundry I just folded. Although, maybe Charlie needs to know his father. Ashton didn't want him, doesn't want him. But perhaps it's better for him to know where he came from. You did it for me. The man was a sperm donor. He didn't give you up. Isn't that what we call Ashton, too? My father didn't want me just as much as Charlie didn't want him. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe it's not. I fall to the couch. Anyway, I wanted the Masons to bring him home, but I had a change of heart this morning. I told them that they could keep him one more day. My mom doesn't sound too thrilled with what she's hearing. Tessa Lynn, what has happened to you? When you moved to San Francisco, you said it was because you needed to grow up and take care of your son on your own. So far, all I've seen is a girl who hands her child off to his grandparents so she can gallivant with a man. Those people are disrespecting your wishes, and you let them keep Charlie? They should be punished. They should be... Hold it right there, Mother. I refuse to let you criticize my parenting for one more minute. I speak sternly. My pulse is racing, beating out of my chest. I've never raised my voice to her before, not like this. The Masons are wrong, but they're not bad people. I might not agree with them, but I know they love Charlie, and that's all that matters. As for my parenting style, you have some nerve. I have given up on relationships, on friends, on some of my dreams, all so I can focus on Charlie. I wouldn't change it for the world. And yes, Mom, you were there to help me, and I am thankful for that. But this is my chance to find out who I am as a mother and as a woman. I never said you had to give up anything. What about love? I fed into that bullshit of you always saying I didn't need it from a man. But you know what, Mom? Love found me. I thought you were angry with this person. Now you're in love with him? I think so. I lay a hand on my forehead to see if I'm feverish. Nope, cool as a clam. And out of my mind because I'm saying it out loud. No, I know so. Isn't that crazy? I met a man who not only cares about me, but also cares about my son. He's kind and giving. He is an incredibly busy man, yet changes his schedule to take Charlie to his lion den meeting. He does everything in his power to make me feel like I'm the most important thing to him. He reads classics and cooks dinner. He washes my dishes by hand and dances when there's no music. He makes me shine and feel alive. And not because of his attention. I don't need a man's attention. It's because when I speak, he listens. He doesn't appease me. He honors me. I don't expect you to understand, Mom, because you've never met a man like him. If you did, you wouldn't feel the way you do. Not about him, anyway. What about the fight you had? She asks calmly. He didn't try to tell me anything I didn't already know. I just didn't want to hear it. I knew this day would come. And since I was taken off guard, I took it out on him instead of dealing with it as I should have. Ugh, and I know he had his own things he was dealing with. I'm such an idiot. I drop my head to my hand, running my fingers through my hair. How am I going to fix this mess? What if he thinks I'm a crazy bitch now and doesn't want anything to do with me? Tessa, I don't want you to be unhappy. I just worry you'll get hurt. I hear my mom say into the phone. Me too, Mom. I'm petrified. For myself, for Charlie. I rise and let out a deep breath. I won't ever be one of those women who brings man after man through her door. I know that. Then trust me, Mom, and root for me. Root for me to find love someday. I'm so tired of pretending I don't want it. Because I do. And I've been so scared to tell you that. You sound like a lovesick teenager again. But... She breathes out into the phone, and there's a small pause. You're a grown woman. You're gonna do what you want to do. I can't say my mom sounds enthusiastic by our conversation, but she at least heard me out. I, on the other hand, feel worse than I did before she called. I hang up the phone and throw it on the couch next to me. Now, I have no clue what to do. I need to deal with Ashton, but I also need to apologize to Bryce. And, of course, I have no clue what to say to either. I haven't spoken to Ashton in years. I don't even think I have his phone number in Australia. And what am I supposed to say? How dare you talk to your son? Actually, yes, that's probably what I'll say. But I won't have that conversation tonight. I slouch back on my couch, staring up at the ceiling. I should be happy that Charlie finally spoke to his father. He was obviously excited about it. No matter what I say or do, Ashton will always be his father. And that's all Bryce was trying to help me see. Bryce. He's everything Ashton will never be. He's the kind of influence Charlie needs in his life. And I might have just screwed everything up. I pick up my phone, typing out all the different ways to say I'm sorry, before deleting every single one. I've never been good at admitting I'm wrong. Yet, I've never had it mean so much. I contemplate calling him, but I'm not sure what to say yet. God, I'm a freaking mess. I call Abby, but she doesn't answer. I need to do something before I explode. So I grab my shoes and do something I haven't done in years. I go for a run. As soon as my feet hit the pavement, memories of when I used to run every day come flying back. Running was my escape. My escape from my mom, from my friends, and from school. It was the only thing that was only for me. I stopped running when I got too big, being pregnant with Charlie. But until I hit that point, I ran longer and longer every day. At the time, I needed it more than ever. I had so much going on in my life that I needed to figure out, and running seemed to be the only place I could really think. Funny how, all these years later, as soon as I feel like I need to clear my mind to figure things out, I turn to running again. Just like before, as soon as I get my rhythm, my mind can finally focus, and I work through the past few days in my head. How I threw myself at him when we first got there. He read to me, and we laughed and talked and had a dream getaway. And then we fought. As my feet pound on the pavement, my chest starts to burn, and I realize I can't go the same distance as I used to be able to do. So instead of going the longer distance I originally had in mind, I cut the block and continue my loop back to my house. My lungs are so tight that before I get within a few feet of my building, I have to walk to slow my breaths. When I reach to open the glass door that leads into my complex, I'm almost knocked on my ass when Christine comes stomping out the door. She has a San Francisco Bulls hockey t-shirt on and a deep scowl on her face. "Oh, Christine, sorry I didn't see you there," I say, stepping out of her way. Finally, she talks to me. I thought you were too busy whoring around to deal with friends. I wouldn't exactly say we're friends. If this is about Bryce, I had a plan, and then you had to step in to ruin it. I twist my mouth to the side and sway my head. If you mean seducing your boss in lingerie, I'd have to say that was a pretty bad idea. And it was before I met him, so you can't blame me for ruined plans. You're unbelievable. I bring you to a party as my guest, and you steal my man. I saw you two on the balcony. I've seen him coming here at all hours. You think he's a good guy? Well, he's not. He's ruthless and cold. For the second time in under an hour, I find myself defending the man I'm supposed to be mad at right now. I'm really not for kicking someone when they're down, but this girl just needs to be put in her place. Bryce Sexton is a great man. If he were such a scoundrel, you wouldn't have been on your knees trying to get him to fall for you. He's perfect, and you're just jealous he chose me over you. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Her eyes are beady with a sinister stare as her mouth pinches in disgust. Don't be sorry for me. I'm gonna be fine. You're the one who's gonna be sorry. So sorry. She shoulders her way past me, bumping me pretty hard in the arm. In the course of 24 hours, My life has gone from a boring Lifetime special to a Bravo reality show. I rub my bicep as I watch Christine walk away, and then make my way up to my apartment. I shower and apply a face mask, hoping my favorite beauty regimen will make me feel better. It doesn't. I apply some face lotion, put on my most Hugh Hefner-like pajamas, and curl up on the couch to watch TV. Even Cavill isn't lifting my spirits. It starts to rain outside. It never rains in San Francisco. And here's the rain as an intense backdrop to the mood I'm in. I feel a swirl of air coming from the open window. I walk over to close it, and when I look outside, I see a man standing across the street. Bryce. An SUV pulls away, leaving him standing there on the sidewalk, alone. He's wearing jeans and a t-shirt, which is getting wet from the droplets coming down. He's looking up at my window. He sees me here in the glass, but he doesn't move. The last time I spoke to him, I told him to leave me alone. He won't cross the street until I tell him to. I might be in love with Bryce Sexton and think he's the greatest man in the world, but he said some harsh words. At the first fight, he declared he wasn't cut out for this. He turned his back on me, on Charlie. I can't have that kind of man in my life. That's why, despite what I said to my mother and Christine, I turn my back to the window. Feelings are funny like that. 1 minute, you are shouting one thing. The next moment, you're taking it all back. The brain, the heart. There are too many factors involved. I can't control anything except for my feet. I can walk them away from the window. I make myself something to eat and then twirl my fork around limp noodles for 15 minutes. The rain outside is picking up. He's still out there. I put away my laundry and then reorganize my closet, putting my shirts in order by color. He's still out there. I paint my toenails and let them dry. He's still out there. The sun is setting, and the water is still coming down in buckets. Bryce has been standing in the rain for 3 hours. His jeans and shirt are soaked, and his hair is flat to his forehead. I stand by the glass and peer out at him. He straightens his posture, looking up at me. He's like Gatsby, standing on his side of the Sound, looking out at Daisy's house, longing for what once was, what could have been. And I'm here, too proud in the life I chose, not wanting to own up to the fact that I'm letting what I want slip away. My brain and heart are all feeling different things right now. My feet, though, are still on the move. They know right where to go. I head into the hallway and down the stairs. I walk out the front door and into the rain. My pajamas get soaked as I pad across the street and stand on the sidewalk in front of Bryce. His eyes are soft, so soft, as they look down at me. He looks anguished and hopeful all at once. The sorrow covering his face is almost heartbreaking. I can see in this very moment that he truly does care for me. "You're wet," I say. His mouth tugs slightly at my obvious observation. "I didn't think you'd come out." I almost didn't. It's a good thing you waited so long. The lines on his forehead grow deep. That pained expression is back. I lied to you. His words surprise me more than anything he's ever said, but I don't respond. I wait for him to continue. When I said I didn't know if I could do this, that was a lie. I can do this. I was scared.
What are you afraid of?
How much I love you. I am in love with you, Tessa Clark. I told you I'm yours and you're mine, but it's beyond that.
He steps closer, his body flush against mine, as he looks down at me and holds me with his gaze, which is so intense, so filled with remorse and hope and fright. I can't look away.
I don't want to miss out on a lifetime of happiness with you because I have a falling empire to keep up. I have baggage and a long story to tell you about my family, and I'm ready to share it with you. I want to share everything with you. I want you and me and Charlie to be a family. I know everything about our relationship has been sudden. I know I came barreling into your life and never left. But I won't stop. I can't stop. I'm here for good. I'm here forever. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and it scares the hell out of me.
For my entire life, I've dreamed of such a profession. I've seen it in movies and read about it in fairy tales. I've wondered what it would feel like, sound like, look like. Well, my heart is bouncing wildly. My stomach is doing somersaults. His voice is smooth like hot chocolate on a cold, rainy day, and his gorgeous face is looking back at me as he wonders what I'm about to say. So, I can attest that a profession of love feels absolutely fantastic.
Please, Tessa, just talk to me.
I love you, I say, standing still, a few feet away from him. I love you, Bryce, and I'm scared as shit, but I'm all in. My words are cut off when his hands wrap around the back of my head and his lips slam into mine. I pull my arms up, bringing him closer to me as I sling them around his neck. When he leans back, we both pause, forehead to catch our breaths.
I shouldn't have said the things I did, he whispers.
You were right. And wrong. I laugh lightly. I might not like it, but I always want us to be honest with each other. About what we're thinking, feeling. That's what couples do, right? Work out their differences. I kiss his lips, which have water pouring down the center, from his forehead and down to his chin. You're going to get sick out here.
I had a point to make. I think it worked.
He grins, and my heart melts. Yes, it did. I kiss his mouth again and get lost in the heat of his kiss. We kiss for longer than two people should be kissing in a downpour, and I love it. Let's get out of the rain. We run the few steps to my building and up the stairs. All of my clothes are soaked, and I was out there for only a few minutes. I can't imagine what Bryce feels like. After I open my apartment door, I turn to him. Wait here. I'll get you a towel. He slams the door shut and reaches his hand out to grab mine,
I don't need one. He pulls me closer, firmly placing my body next to his. I truly am sorry. Our eyes meet, and I see the sincerity glowing back at me. His hands rise to my button-down pajama top, and he slowly starts to unbutton each spot, keeping his eyes on mine as each opening reveals damp skin. My nipples pebble in the cool air as a chill runs up my spine. When the last button is undone, he skims his hands along my shoulders and runs them down my arms, under the sleeves of my shirt, slowly pushing it off and onto the floor. My skin covers with goosebumps, and my nipples scrape against the roughness of his shirt. My breaths come out in shaky pants. I've never been so cold, yet so hot in my life. Fire burns inside me as my skin tries to control the icy swirls circling over my body. I've never felt as helpless as I did tonight, he whispers against my neck. Austin was in an accident, and for a few hours, I thought he was going to die. My head jolts up as I run my fingers through his hair. Bryce. When I lost my mother, I stopped loving. It was easier to barge full steam ahead than stop and think of how much I missed her. Tonight, I thought I was going to face that loss again, and it was like piercing a dagger through my heart. Everything felt like it was crashing down around me, yet all I could think about was you. I don't want to lose you too. I want to love again, and that means you. Because when I'm with you, that pain I carry with me every day, it disappears. My heart pounds, and my eyes squeeze tightly. These words, they're everything I've wanted. And now he's here in front of me, wanting me, owning me. Promise me one thing, Tessa, he says, dipping his hands beneath the waistline of my pants and gripping my hips. I nod, unable to speak. Promise you'll never leave me again. I know I'll piss you off. Lord knows I will. But please promise you'll stay by my side. I'm not one to make promises I can't keep. I learned that early on as a young mother. But this promise, with this man, I know I will keep this one. I wrap my arms around his neck. I promise. With all my heart, I promise. That's all he needs to hear. Within seconds, he swipes his hand down to my thighs, shedding me of my pajama bottoms, and he lifts me in the air and up into his arms. I'm naked, and he's fully dressed as he spins us around and sets me on the kitchen table. Our kisses turn feverish as his clothes are ripped off. First, his shoes as I tear off his t-shirt, which lands on my counter. And then his heavy, wet jeans that land with a thud on the floor. Our hands roam like neither of us can get enough, and I wrap a leg around his hips and pull his fine ass into me. He lifts me off the table, the soaked ends of my hair dripping onto his shoulder as he sits on one of the chairs with me straddling him. Our movements turn rougher, harder, more desperate, until the moment I sink down onto him. A moan so loud, so primal, escapes his mouth as he holds onto my hips and guides my movements. Bryce is way too big a man for this chair. My legs are spread wide around him, but that only makes for better friction as I lift my body and settle back down onto him. My clit brushes up against his body with every sway of my hips, and the way his thickness feels from inside has me panting with pleasure. I move faster, rolling my head back with each sensation. It's exhilarating and exhausting. He must sense my weakness, because he grips my back, bringing me into him, while his other hand holds the back of my head as he takes over, lifting his hips and pounding into me in a wildly erotic way. Like a rag doll, I let him work me from the inside out as my orgasm builds higher and higher. His eyes meet mine as he brushes a piece of hair away from my face. "I love you, Tessa." He slowly slides out and then back in. "I love this." He pumps back up again. "I love the way you feel." My head drops back as he thrusts as roughly as humanly possible. "I love watching you lose control." My eyes clench shut. "I love bringing you to the edge." My body goes rigid. "I love the way your nipples peak when I'm inside you." He lifts me up and carries me back over to the table, where he lays me down, my legs still fiercely wrapped around his body. He lies over me and continues to slide in and out of me. My back arches off the table. "But most of all, I love you." His lips lean down to mine, and I'm done for this man. When he picks up his pace, I lose all control until I'm screaming his name and clenching around the body I love the most. Waking up in my apartment next to the man I love fills me with so much hope for the future. I had thoughts of a future with him while we were in Tahoe, but now I know without a doubt we can make this work. Today has been the best day I've had in a while, and the funny part is, we haven't done anything. Well, nothing really fun. We've had a normal day, but that's what has made it so special. After having some amazing morning sex, we took a shower together and then made breakfast, which was when we quickly noticed how my house was completely out of food. Figuring out what to eat with 2 pieces of frozen sausage, 1 frozen waffle with no syrup, yogurt, and crumbs from Charlie's cereal was interesting, to say the least. We split everything bite for bite, laughing the entire time. Going grocery shopping with Bryce was all the entertainment I needed. The man lives off of Amy's frozen meals, which shocked the hell out of me. Seeing him buy things like Ben & Jerry's Americone Dream and organic toaster pastries just showed how domestic he could be. I like domesticated Bryce. No matter how much money the man has, he doesn't need fancy meals or strange food. He actually cooks some dinners from his childhood. As we make dinner together, a recipe from his mom's collection, my phone dings with a message saying Charlie is almost home. I'm excited for my son to come home, but the expression on Bryce's face makes it even sweeter. It's obvious he can't wait to see the little man, too. It's almost 6 o'clock when the door swings open, and the red-haired boy I've missed so much comes running through the door. "Mommy!" he yells, jumping into my arms. Holding him tightly to me brings peace to my soul. And when Bryce wraps his arms around us both, I feel absolutely complete. "How's my big boy?" I ask. "Oh, I missed you so much." I kiss his hair, hugging him tighter. Charlie makes a fake choking noise. Help me, Bryce. I can't breathe." "Bryce to the rescue," he sing-songs, prying my arms off of Charlie. I act surprised and sad, but then laugh out loud when Bryce brings Charlie to him and hugs him even tighter than I was. The smile on Bryce's face is beyond priceless. It's perfect. So is Charlie's. They both chuckle as he puts him down and ruffles his hair. I turn to see Rob and Eleanor standing in the doorway, looking awkwardly at Bryce. I introduce him to them. "Charlie spoke non-stop about Bryce the entire trip. We almost thought he was an imaginary friend," Eleanor says. Bryce sticks out a hand. "Not imaginary. I'm the boyfriend. Pleasure to meet you." Eleanor's eyes widen at the reference of boyfriend. Mine do too, a little. I mean, I haven't had a boyfriend since I was a teenager. The title seems almost too juvenile for what we are. What we did last night on the table. "We have a long trip ahead of us, so we'd better get going," Rob says, clearing his throat. They just drove all day to bring Charlie home, and now they have another drive ahead of them. I might get annoyed with them a lot, but they're kind people who look weary from a long day of traffic. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" I ask. Charlie jumps at the idea. "Really, Mom?" I look down at him and his hopeful expression, and then over to Bryce, who gives me a shrug in agreement. I turn back to the Masons, who are staring at me like kids in a schoolyard, waiting to be picked to play dodgeball. "Bryce made plenty of food, and I'm sure you're sick of fast food." "Yes," Eleanor beams. Yeah, that sounds great." Rob is a little more hesitant to show his excitement. "I've barely let the people past my threshold the last few years. Now we're going to be breaking bread together. Even I know this is kind of monumental." Charlie has both grandparents' hands in his as he pulls them into the apartment. He's excited to show them where we live, dragging them into his bedroom. As I watch him play tour guide, Bryce snakes a hand around my shoulders and pulls me into him, kissing me on the side of the head. "That was very big of you," he says into my hair. I roll my eyes. Yeah, well, someone told me family is everything. "Whoever said that is a genius." I hit him in the stomach. "Be a genius and put in 2 pounds of pasta. I'll set the table." He swats me on the ass with his wooden spoon, and I let out a yelp before I set 2 more plates at the table. Dinner turns out to be wonderful, both the food and the company. Charlie is going on and on to me and Bryce about what he did this weekend. Rob and Eleanor chime in to explain some of Charlie's stories, which get jumbled because he talks so fast. "Bryce, this sauce is fantastic," Eleanor says between bites. "You'll have to give me your recipe." "It was my mom's. She got it from my great-grandmother, who came from Calabria, Italy," he says. "Well, she taught you well." Eleanor raises her glass. "She used to tell me that a man who can cook is a man worth marrying," Bryce says.
My heart stops for a bit when he winks at me. When the meal is done, Rob and Eleanor don't overstay their welcome. They grab their coats and hug Charlie goodnight. Nothing more needs to be said or done. This dinner was our peace treaty. Maybe, someday, I'll feel more comfortable with Ashton talking to Charlie. Until then, we'll work in baby steps toward that moment. Mom, can Bryce cook us dinner every night? Charlie says from the kitchen sink, where he's helping Bryce clean up by handing him dirty dishes. Are you saying my cooking isn't as good as his? I ask, putting my hand on my hip and giving him the stink eye. Well, he teases, rubbing his chin and looking anywhere but at me. I laugh out loud and run in to tickle him before picking him up for a big hug. I place him back on the floor beside Bryce and then grab a towel to start drying dishes. We're like a mini assembly line of dishwashers. Maybe Bryce can cook for us again, but you need to remember that he has a big, important job that he has to work really hard at, so he can't join us for dinner every night, I say. Okay, so maybe when he gets home from work, he can cook, and we can just eat the leftovers the next day. Charlie suggests, as he tries to solve the problem of Bryce's work. Baby, he has to go to his home after work. No, he doesn't, Charlie says. No, I don't, Bryce says at the same time. I laugh, looking up at Bryce, questioning his motive. I sleep on a pull-out. I nudge my head toward the living room. I can't have Bryce sleeping over when my son could walk in at any moment. I don't mind the sleeping arrangement, but I see the predicament, Bryce says, putting down the spoon and wiping his hands. You can move in with me. I nearly drop the plate I'm drying into the sink. What? He turns around and leans against the sink, crossing his arms in front of his body. It's closer to my work, and I can sneak away, have dinner with you guys, and then go back to work. He speaks matter-of-factly. Charlie jumps up and down. Oh, yeah! Mommy, can we? I am rendered speechless for a moment. No, we can't. Charlie has school. I picked this location specifically for the schools. I don't know what school I'm zoned for, but if it's not for the one Charlie goes to, we can continue to rent this place for the zip code. Brantley can bring Charlie to school in the morning. It'll be great. He misses having kids around. He'll have a blast with Charlie. I blink a few times. You want your driver to bring Charlie to school? He lifts a shoulder. He'll bring you to work, too. Charlie's too young to go to school without you. I want to laugh at his parenting advice. Move in with Bryce? I don't even know where he lives. Is it child-friendly? Is it safe? Bryce wraps his arms around my waist, bringing me to him. We're eventually going to move in together. Might as well do it now, so we're always together. I don't know. He turns to Charlie, knowing that he'll be on his side in a heartbeat. Wouldn't that be cool? He picks him up. You haven't seen my place yet, but I have an elevator, and I live on the top floor. He accentuates the word top. And guess what? His eyes go big. What? Charlie asks in excitement.
It has a pool and a movie screening room we can watch all the superhero movies on.
Ah! Charlie screams. Yes, Mom. Please, can we? Please, come on, Mom.
Charlie whines. Yeah, Mom. Can we, please? Bryce starts in the same tone. Bryce? I eye him. Let's give this time. I turn to Charlie. We'll see, okay? Maybe later. Bryce high-fives Charlie. So, she's saying there's a chance. He sing-songs. I can't help but laugh at the two of them, smiling at the chance of living together in the future.
Chapter 23. Bryce. The last few weeks have been the happiest in my life. It's hard. Not my relationship. That's easy. So is spending time with Tessa and having a 5-year-old around. The only problem is that my girlfriend sleeps on the couch in her living room, so it's difficult getting the girl naked. Not that I've been unsuccessful. Her friend Abby offered to watch Charlie while we went out on a few dates. The hard part has been juggling my career without neglecting Tessa and Charlie. Ever since we got back from Tahoe, I've been sneaking away from the office by 7 every night so I can have dinner with them before heading back to my office or to my apartment to finish work. I've played more board games and put together more Lego sets in 2 weeks than I have in the last 20 years. Truth? I love it. Tessa thought I was insane when I came home with a 3,444-piece Lego set, but it looked like the perfect weekend project. The Joker Manor is almost complete, minus a few turrets. Tessa doesn't think I see her spying on us from the kitchen, watching as Charlie and I bond. I just hope I'm doing a good enough job with him. It's all still so new to me. Is the little man ready? I say as I walk into Lumiere Salon and Spa. Today is the sleepover at the Academy of Sciences. Charlie has been packed and ready for a week, so I know he's excited to go. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. It's the first time I'll be solely responsible for him. It feels like a test run to fatherhood. Tessa's eyes meet mine, and they're filled with worry. She couldn't get the night off due to a high-end wedding that was planned months ago, where she has to follow the bride around all night to make sure she looks like perfection until after the last dance when she can take off. So, I get to take Charlie all by myself. It's okay, Mom. We'll be just fine, I say, leaning over to kiss Tessa on the forehead. She glances up at me, biting her bottom lip before sighing. I know. She leans down to Charlie. You be good, okay? Listen to Bryce and do everything he says, and no running off on your own. You already told me that 100 times. He grabs my hand and starts to pull me toward the exit. Come on, Bryce, let's go. I laugh as I steal a kiss before running after Charlie. I had Brantley pick up a booster seat for Charlie today, and when I opened the door to the Tesla, pulling the back seat, his eyes are as big as saucers at the sight of the race car-inspired booster seat waiting for him. I might have had an Austin moment when buying it. Wow, how cool! Charlie yells, sitting in the seat and pretending to be a NASCAR driver. I make sure he's buckled and close the door before heading to my side of the car. Of course, my phone rings with the Sexton Media extension showing as the caller. Not knowing who it could be, I answer. This is Bryce.
You've been sneaking out early a lot lately.
Missy's voice antagonizes me from the other side of the line. Ever since Austin's accident, she and my father have been eerily quiet. What can I do for you? My voice is laced with disdain.
I have an urgent matter waiting for you in the conference room.
I have a meeting. I look in the rear view at Charlie, who is pretending to be Mario Andretti, with a very famous race car driver. She doesn't seem to care.
You need to come back immediately. This is a matter of life and death.
Well, that's a first. Who's dying?
You will be if you're not back here in 20 minutes.
She hangs up the phone. Fudge. I hold myself back. I turn to Charlie as I put my seatbelt on. I have to make one stop back at my office and then we're off.
Do I get to sit in your big office chair?
He asks, like that would be the coolest thing in the world. I laugh. What makes you think I have a big office chair?
You're huge. You almost broke Mom's kitchen chair at dinner last week.
He deadpans. Kid's got a point. I don't add that the reason it's creaky is because it was one of the many places his mom and I made love the night I told her I loved her. The best day of my life, I might add. After making our way through the city and to my private parking spot, we enter the building, and I guide Charlie through the lobby. When I left an hour ago, I wasn't planning on coming back. After the accident, Austin went home and has been rehabilitating. Today was his first day back, and we celebrated the release of his exclusive interview with Sergeant Miller. It's the first time I've seen him since I left the hospital. Austin was adamant that Tanner stay in New York to wrap up his finals and insisted he didn't want visitors. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see he is happy to have Jalen play nurse.
This place is a fortress,
Charlie says in awe as he looks up into the marble entryway. We walk past security and into the elevator. The kid is short for his age, but he looks especially tiny in the grand lobby of marble and granite.
You come here every day?
He asks. I do.
And you work for a newspaper?
He adds. I own many newspapers. He bobs his head.
You really are like Clark Kent.
I smile and ruffle his hair. He starts to count each number as we climb. It starts off pretty mundane. 1, 2. As we near the 11th floor, his voice escalates a bit and his eyes widen with each number. When he says 20, his body starts to dance and his smile widens. I start to count with him. 21, 22. By the time we get to the 22nd floor, we're practically screaming the numbers and shaking like we just yelled, "Blast off!" Who knew an elevator ride would be so exciting for a kid? We're laughing as the doors open to the floor, and I realize it's the first time in years I haven't dreaded those 33 seconds in the elevator. Maybe I should bring Charlie to work every day. I'll show you my office, and you can sit in the big desk chair while I have my meeting. We pass Jalen's desk, where her chair is empty. She said she's staying late with Austin, so I know she's in the building. Charlie and I enter my office. He runs to the executive desk chair and hops in, making it skid back a little, toward the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. Are you going to be okay in here? I'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm motioning to him with my hands like he's a dog I'm telling to sit and lie down.
I'm good. I'm gonna pretend I'm Lex Luthor, getting ready to plot my revenge on the world.
He puts his hands in a triangle, very fitting for villain pretend play. As long as you don't leave, and don't touch the computer or the phone. He tilts his head.
What can I touch?
I look around the room and remember I have booze in my bottom desk drawer. I walk over, open it, take the bottle of Johnny Walker out, and then say, everything else. I close my office door and place the bottle of booze in the trash by Jalen's desk. I head down to the conference room. There are employees in the newsroom, but many of the offices back here are empty, as they are senior positions that usually don't hold late-night hours. When I turn into the conference room, I halt on the carpet and do a double take. Missy is here, as I expected. Also, at the table, are two women. One I know for certain shouldn't be here. The other I've never met before, and I was hoping to soon, except not at this particular venue. Christine, what are you doing here? I ask her in confusion. She gives no response other than to pinch her lips and scowl. The entire time she worked here, I never saw her with Missy, so this screams of something I don't want anything to do with, especially since they're sitting at a table with none other than America's crusader for women's rights, Kathleen Clark, otherwise known as Tessa's mom. The way her eyes glare back at me under her dark-framed glasses makes me question if she even knows who I am, or if she knows her grandson is sitting in my office down the hall.
Mr. Sexton.
Kathleen nods her head but doesn't extend her hand, seeming like she's disgusted to touch the skin of a man like me. She's looking at me in a way that makes me believe she has no clue I'm dating her daughter. Tessa and I have discussed her mom many times. I know she knows about me. At least, I thought she did. Tessa said she wanted me to go to breakfast with them this weekend, an offer I accepted, yet I have been oddly nervous about. Kathleen opens a thick folder she has on the conference table. Miss Clark, it's a pleasure to meet you, I say.
You know who I am. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Usually, men of your stature are intimidated by me.
Her tone is neither condescending nor kind.
If you aren't now, I promise, you will be by the end of this meeting.
What's this about? I try to act calm and not like I'm going to get my balls ripped off by the woman who birthed my girlfriend.
Mr. Sexton, it has been brought to my attention by my client, Christine Mummert, that she was fired after failing to perform oral sex on the night of...
Absolutely not, I declare. She seems to be unaffected by my outburst.
You'd be advised to control your temper, Mr. Sexton, Kathleen states. Male privilege and entitlement do not make you above the law. You took advantage of my client, a faithful assistant who you used as a sexual pawn.
Sexual pawn? I question, with an outward show of frustration, and then stop. My heart is pumping out of my chest. I've covered this type of scenario many times in the news, but I have never been the subject of one. I want to yell and go ballistic on Christine for accusing me of such a thing, but I know well enough to rein it in. Men have buried themselves in hotter water over smaller accusations. I believe I need my counsel present. Missy takes a seat and crosses her legs. There's a Martha Stewart-like smile on her face.
Now, Bryce, no need to be so defensive. This is just a pretty little meeting of the minds. No one's called the cops. Yet.
Her threat is laced in her picture-perfect appearance, so prim and proper, but really, she's a vindictive... Don't go there, Bryce. Then what do you want? I ask.
For you to pay,
Christine calls out from her seat. I haven't seen her in a while, but she looks different to me. It's in her face. She looks thinner, sadder. For what? I keep my voice level. She raises her chin and says,
for forcing me to give you a blowjob in your office.
I have no words. No words, just anger. I run my hands over my temples and then pinch the bridge of my nose. Rein it in, Sexton. This is not the place. Kathleen looks pleased by my silence.
In my 25-year career, this is the most common sexual assault case. They have the same beginning. Young assistant who wants to climb the ranks and a high-powered boss who uses sex as a means of promotion. While this might not seem like a big deal to you, Mr. Sexton, my client has been severely traumatized by what she was forced to suffer. This case will not end well for you. I'll be proud to have my picture splayed across your precious papers as the person who took you down. No man should get away with firing their assistant because they wouldn't sleep with him.
Her words are cruel, but her face is stoic. She's done this many times before, and she knows the art of posture. Calm and steady wins the race. I, on the other hand, can't help the fury that is building inside me. Is this about money? I turn to Christine. I take a step closer to the table and place my hands on the oak. You'll slander my good name just to get a few dollars? Christine opens her mouth, but Kathleen silences her with a touch of her forearm. Kathleen looks back at me.
If it were up to me, this would be public. Due to the anxiety my client has experienced over this, she has requested to settle this privately. If we cannot do so, we'll have to go public.
Kathleen leans back, with her shoulders stiff and chin raised, her power posture. It's a sign that any word I say won't faze her.
You think, just because a woman is nice to you, it's an open invitation to try to get in her pants.
That is not what happened. I was never inappropriate with her. She's the one who came into my office wearing nothing but lingerie.
So, you didn't kiss her in your office, and you didn't allow her to give you oral sex behind your desk, and then kick her out and fire her the next day.
No. My teeth grind so hard. I think I might break a tooth. There were still people in the newsroom, so I closed the door so that no one would see there was a half-naked woman in my office.
What happened after you locked her inside the office?
Kathleen asks, taking notes. I didn't lock her in. I was protecting her from anyone else seeing her, I say. Missy laughs like the idea is ludicrous. She came on to me, touched me. She had her hands on my thighs, and I pushed them away when she tried to undo my zipper. I walked out of the office and went home to change for the gala. Kathleen is shaking her head. Her pen is working overtime on the notepad.
Mr. Sexton, you expect us to believe you walked into your office to a woman wearing lingerie and closed the door behind you so you could tell her you were simply not interested.
I look up at Missy, who is snickering in her seat. Can I venture to guess what your involvement is in all this?
I'm just here as a mediator, trying to help bring justice to this poor victim.
She gives a fake, sincere smile to Christine. Let me guess. The terms are for me to hand over my stake in the company, or else you'll go to the cops. My chest puffs out with the sharp intake of air.
You forgot about compensating the victim.
Missy grins. I can't believe Kathleen Clark took on this case. I can't believe Christine is part of this. I've tried to stay poised, tried to be calm, but this bullshit is starting to wear at me. You think you have a case against me? Fine, bring it up with my attorneys.
We will,
Missy adds.
and you'll most certainly go to jail. We have tapes. Tapes of Christine entering your office. Tapes of you going in, you leaving, and then she leaves in a disheveled mess. She even has the panties you tore off of her.
Nothing happened, I reiterate. Missy continues.
Really? Then why did you force her to attend the gala that night? You were inappropriate with her on the roof as well. She slapped you for being so offensive.
I slam my finger on the table. She slapped me because I told her I didn't want to be with her. It's the same thing I said when she tried to seduce me in my office.
Yet you ran off to the roof with that whore,
Christine adds. Don't you dare speak of Tessa like that. I raise my voice.
Who's Tessa?
Missy adds.
Oh,
She says, as if she's remembered something dreadful.
you mean Tessa Clark, Austin's whore, the one who ruined my Dior? Austin's what?
Kathleen asks in astonishment. She's not Austin's, and I swear, Christine, you can fuck with me, but don't you dare go after the woman I love. I threaten.
Or what?
Christine asks. Missy quickly sits up and motions her hands in confusion.
Did you just say you love that woman?
What the hell is going on here? Kathleen shouts. We all look her way. From the way she's staring at me, I know she has no idea about me and Tessa. I'm in love with your daughter, I say. Christine lets out a loud huff.
How do you know Tessa? Oh, my lord.
She falls back into her seat with her hands to her mouth, digesting the information. She closes her eyes and processes this.
Bryce Jones. Makes sense. I knew she wouldn't date a model from Fresno or a Texans cornerback.
I raise a brow. Tessa had damn well better not be interested in either of those men. Who they are is beyond me.
Does she know this?
Kathleen looks up at me, surprised.
Does Tessa know you're in love with her?
Yes, and she loves me, I state, with every bit of conviction.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Missy rises from her seat.
She's a gold digger,
Christine yells toward me.
This needs to stop right now.
Kathleen stands as she gathers her folder. Christine rises with her, but Kathleen puts her hand on her shoulder and forces her back down on the seat. She grabs her voice recorder and places it in her briefcase.
Unfortunately, under the circumstances of this man supposedly dating my daughter, I am now unable to serve as your counsel.
Christine turns her seat and pleads.
You have to take my case. He forced me to go down on him. No matter how much I want to take down any man who demands such things from a woman, it is now a conflict of interest, and there's nothing I can do about it.
As she walks past me, she lowers her forehead and snarls.
I suggest you lawyer up. Big time. And fast.
Miss Clark, if you just...
You're a scoundrel and a user. I might not be able to represent Miss Mummert, but that doesn't mean this case is over. I know other lawyers, and you can bet yourself that I will be helping her find the best one to take you down. There is no way a man like you deserves to be with my daughter, and if I have to help put you behind bars to prove it to her, I'll do so.
I know. I don't deserve her or Charlie, but I'll spend my life doing everything right by them. They're my family, I say. Kathleen looks back toward Missy in the scene she is about to leave.
If this is what family is to you, then I don't want it anywhere near mine.
She shuffles past me and into the hallway. I look back at Missy, who is standing there with her hand on her hip and a pissed-off expression on her face. When does this end? I ask. Do you want to sell this company so bad that you'll destroy the lives of everyone around you? First you try with Austin, and now me. Why is the destruction of this company and our family so important to you? She says nothing. Her chest is heaving as her chin rises higher. Her fake lashes flutter as she fights back whatever emotion she's suppressing.
Fuck you, Bryce,
she says, and then turns toward the window.
You, get out,
she says to Christine, who jumps up from her seat and runs out of the room, nearly knocking into me. I stand there, waiting for Missy to further explain, to say something that will let me know her intention for the future. Her back is to me as she looks out onto the dark sky of San Francisco. Sensing she's not going to say anything, I start to leave.
We're going to New York.
Her words stop me in my tracks. Why would you do that when Tanner's coming home in a few weeks? She tilts her head and speaks over her shoulder.
We told him to stay. There's nothing here for him right now. Your father and I have a surprise for him.
Anything that has Missy and my father's names attached is never a good thing. Leave the kid alone. I'd rather sit in prison for eternity than you do anything to get him in trouble. Missy's shoulder rises.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
The stakes in this game keep rising. Yet, I keep playing. Knowing I can't stay in this room any longer and that there's a little boy waiting for me down the hall, I storm out of the room, away from my evil stepmom, away from the awful tricks she tried to play with my wicked ex-assistant, and the woman I hope one day to actually be my mother-in-law. Maybe Kathleen's right. I'm crazy to think this is a life for Tessa and Charlie. This world of Sexton drama is far beneath their goodness. If I were a stronger man, I'd leave them alone. Problem is, I'm weak and too far gone in my love for Tessa to ever leave. Trying my best to calm my nerves, I head toward my office. You ready, Charlie? I say as I turn the corner, only to see an empty office. The chair he was sitting in is empty, as is the conference table and every corner in the space. Hoping he's playing a game of hide and seek, I search under every table and behind everything in the room. Charlie, I call out, walking into my ensuite bathroom. I run out to the hallway, hoping Jalen is back, but she's still not there. I run through the newsroom, asking anyone who's there if they've seen Charlie. I check the break room, the restrooms, the hallways. Nothing. He's gone. I check the other offices next to mine before picking up my phone to call Austin, knowing Jalen has got to be with him, but I need her right now. Austin's phone rings 5 agonizing times until I hear, "What can I do for you, sweetheart?" "Austin," I say in a panic. "Where's Jalen? I need her help. You too. Have you seen a little boy? I can't find him." Whoa, calm down. What boy?" "Charlie. He was sitting in my office and now he's gone. I can't find him. Where are you guys? Have you seen him?" I've been running from room to room and nothing. I run my hands through my hair. He's gone. I can't find him anywhere. Don't worry, we'll come help you look. He couldn't have gone far, Austin says into the phone before the line goes dead. I continue to look under every desk I can until Austin and Jalen come rushing in. Who is this kid? Austin asks. It's my girlfriend's son. I'm supposed to be taking him to a Boy Scout event. My stomach turns, and the fear of throwing up starts to take over. I've never felt this feeling, this hopelessness running through me.
You lost Tessa's son?
Jalen asks incredulously. You knew he had a girlfriend and didn't say anything to me? Austin turns to Jalen with a what the fuck expression. She tilts her head at him.
You have a big mouth when it comes to your brother's love life. He didn't need you getting in his face about getting laid.
She makes air quotes as she says the last words, getting laid. Austin laughs. He's getting laid? Enough, I shout. Fucking Missy and her stupid games interrupted me. I told him to wait in my office and he's gone. Austin, what do I do? He wasn't taking this seriously a moment ago, but he is now looking at me with downcast eyes and a small frown. It's okay, brother. We'll find him. We'll start with the perimeter and work our way in. What does he look like? He's a 5-year-old boy with curly red hair.
We saw him,
Jalen excitedly chimes in.
He was running down the hall about 20 minutes ago.
He's probably still on the floor. Austin walks to the desk and picks up the phone. This is Austin Sexton. We're looking for a 5-year-old boy with curly red hair, last seen on the 22nd floor. Order a lockdown on the building. Start with the stairwells and then canvass the floor, starting with this one and work your way down. Every floor has a volunteer emergency leader on staff at all times. Have them lead the search on that floor. He continues, working with the head of security on a plan to find Charlie. The emergency lights flicker with an audible alert, and then security comes over the loudspeaker, explaining the situation. Sometimes, I forget Austin was a Marine. His injury I remember vividly. It's just hard to picture him as a man of authority, taking charge and saving lives. Don't worry, we'll find him. He couldn't have gone far, Austin says to me after hanging up the phone. I nod in thanks before continuing my search. I start looking in every office. When I walk back into the hallway, I come face to face with Kathleen Clark.
What on earth is going on? I went to leave the building, but they told me I couldn't because there's a missing child.
She gives me an accusatory look. I place my hands on her arms and plead with her. It's Charlie. I watch as her face twists in confusion.
Charlie? Why the hell is he here? With you?
He was waiting in my office for me to take him to Boy Scouts when you so wrongfully accused me of something I didn't do. Now he's missing. Her eyes widen.
He's what?
Missing. I told him to wait in my office and he's gone.
Where could he have gone?
I sigh. I don't know. I've looked in all the offices. My assistant wasn't here, but she said she saw him walking down the hall. Austin and Jalen turned the corner, hand in hand. Did you find him? Austin asks. I glance at them. No.
Someone should go to the security office where the cameras are located. You don't think he could have gotten out of the building, do you?
Jalen cuts in. We did see him in front of the elevator banks, Austin says in fear. He didn't get in, but we honestly weren't paying attention. I figured he was with someone on the floor and didn't think I needed to look into it. Fuck, I whisper under my breath as I rub my eyes.
We need to call Tessa,
Kathleen blurts out. My eyes meet with Christine and Missy, who enter among the commotion and are stunned to silence for once. If they're smart, they'll stay that way. I'll call her. He's my responsibility right now. Jalen, get me access to those tapes and tell security I'm on my way, I say as I walk away, taking my phone from my coat pocket. I'll go talk to the guards up front. Austin heads in the opposite direction. What do I do? Kathleen asks. Her eyes are extra magnified in the thick glasses. Haven't you already done enough? Take care of your client here, while I clean up a mess that never should have happened to begin with. I don't care what first impression I just made with Kathleen. She obviously already had her mind made up about me. Right now, there's a curly-haired boy who has my full focus. As I enter the security room, I'm met by Don, the head of security for the building. How long until I get access to those tapes? I ask, making sure he knows there is no room for anything but cooperation from him. We're working on it, Mr. Sexton. There are protocols we have to follow and... Protocols my ass. I get up in his face. He holds up his hands in defeat. I know. I promise we are working as fast as we can. We understand the importance of the situation. Yes, a little boy might be in danger. Get them up now. Yes, sir. 5 minutes max, hopefully less. He leaves to assist the crew who's rewinding tapes, trying to find any sign of him. I run my hands over my face, trying to figure out what to do. I've never felt so helpless in my life. Where could a kid go so fast? Why didn't he just stay where he was told? I make a quick call to Brantley, telling him to head to Tessa's salon to bring her here. Then, I hold my phone up to my ear, not wanting to have this conversation, but knowing I need to.
The meeting couldn't have started yet. Everything okay?
She says as her greeting. Baby, I need you to come to the office as soon as possible. Brantley is on his way.
I can't leave, Bryce. I just finished with the bride, and now I'm going to get into an Uber to head to the hotel for the wedding. The earliest I can leave is 9 o'clock. Wait, why are you at the office? Is everything okay?
I sigh. No, Tessa, it's not okay. Please, no, I have everyone in the building working on this, and we will find him.
Find him?
She yells.
What do you mean, find him?
The panic in her voice rises with each syllable. I stopped by my work and something I didn't expect hit me up. I asked him to stay in my office for 5 minutes. When I came back, he was gone.
Oh my God,
she screams.
Bryce, where is he? How could you leave him?
I have everyone working on it. He couldn't have gone far.
Couldn't have gone far? Bryce, he's a 5-year-old boy. He can disappear in a second. You have to always pay attention. Oh my God, where's my baby?
Her voice cracks and tears sting my eyes. We'll find him. Don't panic. Brantley should be there any minute to pick you up and bring you here. Try to breathe. We're searching for him. We'll find him. I promise.
But Bryce...
Her voice trails off, and I can hear nothing but her cries. Don't think like that, Tessa. We'll find him. Let me let you go, and I'll call you if we find him before you get here.
Okay,
she says through her tears. I pound my fist against the wall. Dawn, tell me something. Anything. I growl. We see him in the hallway, but the cameras lose track of him. Lose track? How is that possible? He entered the stairwell, and then we don't see him. He what? I yell. Could that lead outside? Dawn's face looks grim. It can, sir, but it's a lot of floors down. We are looking at every floor. How could he not be seen? That's what we're trying to figure out. We see him enter the stairwell, and then he disappears when he goes from one camera to the next. Dawn, I'm trying really hard not to lose my cool here. This building has the most state-of-the-art system. You better tell me how this is possible, because as of right now, none of it is. We have someone going through the staircase now. He's much shorter than our normal people in the building. We think he might have slipped under the view of the cameras. That's the only thing that makes sense right now. I get up in his face. You're telling me that there are spots in this building that aren't viewable by these cameras? His eyes widen with fear. I'm sorry, sir, but yes, there are. Sections where only a few aren't covered, or little portions along edges of the ground in the stairwells. He's short enough that it's possible. That's all we can figure out right now, at least. We see him, and then he's gone. Find him now, I say through gritted teeth. Yes, Mr. Sexton, every guard in the building is on the lookout. Call me as soon as you see something, I growl as I exit the room and head back toward my office. Kathleen is sitting at Jalen's desk, her head resting in her hands as her shoulders shake and tears flow down her face. Thankfully, Missy and Christine are nowhere to be seen. Jalen's eyes meet mine, making my heart ache even more, but I can't go there. We will find him.
Austin's in the lobby. They said Charlie hasn't come through there,
Jalen says. They saw him enter the stairwell, I say matter-of-factly, making Jalen's eyes widen and Kathleen sit up in fear.
Could he have left the building?
Kathleen says in fear. I sigh. It's possible. Tessa should be here any minute. Is there anything we should know? Does he hide a lot? Could he be in a cabinet or something? She covers her mouth and nods. Once she gathers herself, she says,
He loves to play games. Hide and seek is his favorite.
Of course it is. Okay, so let's not panic. He's probably just hiding from us. Security is searching every floor. We'll find him, I say, praying my words are correct. I might be saying them, but I'm not believing them. It's impossible to stay still. This is a big building, and he's just a small boy. There are too many places where he could hide. The idea of him getting hurt in any way has my blood pressure soaring. I continue my search, heading down the halls and stairwells. I'm given a master key that lets me open up any office door. I do so, hoping that he maybe went into one and locked himself in while playing Lex Luthor or Clark Kent or whoever his wild imagination comes up with. I'm only on the floor below mine, where many of our editorial desks are and where my father and Missy have their office suites. As I turn the corner, I stop in my tracks. Christine standing in my way with an expression on her face that sends chills down my spine, in the worst way possible. She has this saddened expression again, but as her eyes take me in, it's as if the fire starts to build back into them. Why are you still here? I ask.
Building is on lockdown, remember? I tried to leave, but it's like the universe wants me here, so I'm taking that as a sign.
There is no sign, Christine. I suggest you go downstairs. I'll call security and give them my permission to have you leave the premises. I reach for my phone, but she stops me.
Is that really what you want? A life where you have to search for a homely kid who has no father? Do you really want to play stepdaddy to that red-haired little boy? You know what they say about the red-headed stepchild.
She lets out a small chuckle, and I have to clench my jaw to stop from doing something I'll truly regret. Don't you dare speak about my family that way. Charlie is an amazing little boy, and I'd be lucky if he one day looked up to me like I was a father to him. Just like that, Christine seems to have snapped back out from under whatever cloak Missy put over her eyes and is now looking at me with truth.
I used to run your schedule. I knew when you were stressed or tired or needed a drink. I was at your beck and call and ran every errand for you. I was the best, and you cast me aside.
You were my assistant, Christine. That doesn't mean I wanted to be with you.
You should have. What kind of man lets a woman fall to her knees, practically begging to give him a blowjob, and shoots her down?
A man who knows it's wrong.
You've slept with assistants in the past. I heard stories.
They were mistakes. Both consensual and both mistakes.
What? I'm not good enough to make a mistake with? It took me 3 weeks to pick out a time where I could get you by yourself. I spent $300 on that lingerie. You could have fucked me so hard on that desk, but you were too pussy to do it.
I'm sure as hell glad I didn't. You need to stop the charade. I don't know what your endgame is, but because I was here, being accused of something I didn't do, a child is missing. I'm supposed to be at a Boy Scouts event, but instead, I'm terrified out of my mind that I can't find a little boy who means the world to me, and it's all because of you and your lies. She grabs a hold of my shirt.
Take it out on me, Bryce.
She pushes out her breasts and licks her lips.
I could give you a world full of fucking whenever you wanted and free of drama-ass kids. All you have to do is say yes.
She taunts. I push her hands away. I said no. Her body steps back with a slight stammer. Her brows are pinched and her jaw is tight.
That's too bad, Bryce. You see, your stepmom has it out bad for you, and I'm more than honored to help her in any way I can. You might have gotten Kathleen Clark out of representing me, but just as she said, you'd better lawyer up, and you'd better do it fast, because I'll get what I want from you one way or another.
Like hell you will. Kathleen comes stomping around the corner. I don't know if I should be happy or frightened out of my skull.
I'm absolutely disgusted with you right now, Miss Christine Mummert. It's women like you who make me sick. Accusing someone of something as horrible as sexual assault, when it was obviously you who sexually assaulted him, is despicable. How dare you have no respect for the women who truly went through what you accused him of doing? I will make sure you never see a courtroom when it comes to this matter. You'd better pray a man never actually assaults you, because I'm telling you right now, with this accusation being totally false, no one will ever believe you.
Both Christine and I stare wide-eyed and shocked at what we just heard.
Bryce, you can make that phone call now to security. I believe there's a woman who needs to be escorted out of our presence.
Kathleen stands up straight, her professional demeanor fully intact again. I reach for my phone, saying, "Yes, ma'am," as Christine huffs away. As I hang up the call, I glance up to see Kathleen still standing there. I don't know what to say exactly. I wait for her to make the first move.
I was going to wait for more news from Missy's office, but I think I'll come upstairs with you,
she says. I nod and walk toward the stairwell where we head back up to my floor. Tessa comes barreling down the hall when she sees me.
Have you found him? What's going on?
I wrap my hands around her. How did you get up here? The elevators are on lockdown.
Security escorted me up. Please tell me you found him.
We're still searching, no word yet. She pushes me away.
Then why are you standing here? We need to be looking.
They are. We are. Everyone is, I promise. We've been searching in every cabinet, closet, and desk on this floor. He couldn't have gone far.
Oh, thank God you're here,
Kathleen says, crying into Tessa's shoulder. It's this moment that she realizes her mother is here, at Sexton Media, and most definitely not because Charlie is missing.
Mom, why are you here, at Bryce's work?
I stare at Kathleen for a brief moment, and then open my mouth to explain when Kathleen chimes in.
That's not important right now. I've been helping with the search for Charlie. Where are some spots he likes to hide around the house? Okay,
she replies tepidly, knowing something odd is going on, but is wise enough to refocus her energy on Charlie.
You think he's just playing hide and seek?
She asks, confused. We don't know anything, but he is a 5-year-old boy, so we're doing all we can. So far, no one has seen him exit the building on any cameras we have, I say. I see her shoulders sag. Mine do too. Knowing that is the only thing that keeps me from losing my shit altogether. She nods her head, starting to believe that has to be the case too. We have to stay positive, and right now, this is the only positive thing we have to go on. The phone rings with a call from the security office. Tell me you found him, I say, after I hit the accept button. I'm sorry, Mr. Sexton, nothing yet. We want to show you the camera system to try to get your take on it, Don says. I'll be right there, I say, hanging up the phone and grabbing Tessa by the hand. Let's go look at the cameras. She has to do a slight jog to keep up with my long strides, but neither of us slows down until we make it to the security room on the 11th floor. Don, what do you have for me? I ask. He briefly eyes Tessa, but is smart enough not to ask any questions. There's no time for that now. Come this way. He leads us through a few hallways to a room filled with television screens. You see this right here? We watch as Charlie walks down a hallway in our office. Tessa yelps and covers her mouth at the sight of her little boy. I wrap my arm around her, bringing her into my chest and nodding for Dawn to continue, trying to stay strong myself at the sight of the little boy looking around like he's lost. Well, the next camera picks up here. He points to another screen that's empty. But as you can see, he never comes into view, so we check the stairwell, and you see the very top of his head right here. He circles the brief moment you see his curls bob up and down. But then nothing. He looks at us and shrugs. He fucking shrugs. I want to beat his ass for the nonchalant way he's treating this situation. This is a little boy, Tessa's little boy, who was my responsibility, and he shrugs. I have to grit my teeth and take a deep breath before I go off on him, because I know that would only upset Tessa more. When I'm finally calm enough to speak, I say, Then he had to have gone downstairs, right? Well, he sighs. All of us think it would be nearly impossible for him to go down 22 floors without being seen by at least one camera, and no one has exited at any floor or the ground level who hasn't been questioned or verified. Then what are you saying? I'm saying we're just as confused as you are. We don't think he came back on the floor, but we can't find him in the stairwell.
If he didn't go down, could he have gone up?
Tessa asks. I place my hand on her shoulder. We're on the top floor. The stairwell ends at the door. And we did check. The latch to the roof was secured and locked. We're all stumped here, and we were hoping you knew something we didn't, Don says, raising his arms in question. Tessa wraps her arms around my waist, pulling me into her as she cries even harder than I heard her cry on the phone. I get it. I feel totally helpless, too, and after seeing these tapes, it's like he disappeared into thin air. The night starts to tick away, yet there's still no sign of Charlie. We've searched in every nook and cranny of this building, and the San Francisco police have a search party on the lookout as well, just in case he did get out. I feel like I'm at my wit's end when Austin comes to sit next to me. I had the camera feeds sent to my laptop, and I've been scouring them for the past 15 minutes. Thankfully, he and most of the staff have stayed to help us search. Things just aren't adding up, and my fear is slowly turning into despair. Is he really gone? I need to get up again and continue, but I don't know where else to search. Tessa is running through the entire building. Jalen and the staff of every department on every floor are looking as well. Fuck, Bryce. I don't know where else I could possibly look, Austin says in a defeated tone. I glance past him, only to see past him to the outside, where the fog has rolled in and the darkness is taking over. Fear grips my gut, but I try to push it aside. Tessa's been crying non-stop, and even though I hate that her mom is here, I'm also very thankful she has her to turn to. Are these the surveillance videos? Austin asks. Yeah, look. I turn the laptop toward him. He enters, but he doesn't go anywhere. Austin looks at the tapes and then mumbles, "Fuck," under his breath when he points to the timestamp on the screen. He pushes back from the desk and starts to run. The roof. I get up and run after him. They already checked, it was locked. Not at 6:15 it wasn't. Jalen and I were having dinner up there. Are you fucking kidding me? I say, exasperated. Austin eyes me, not needing to say another word as he runs down the hall, and I'm quick behind him. Charlie's been missing for over an hour. A little boy on a roof with no guardrail. I want to vomit just thinking about it. It's dark up there, too. Even if he didn't mean to, he could easily have... Charlie! I scream as I climb the ladder in the stairwell that leads to the roof door. It's a square door that opens upward. The latch is locked, so Austin hands me a key. I fumble, trying to get the key in the lock, and finally I get it unlocked. I thrust it open, and it slams on the ground above with a thud. Charlie! I yell, over and over again, as Austin and I start frantically searching. Bryce! I hear a little boy yell, and it's the most amazing sound I've ever heard in my life. Tears instantly flow down my face, and I don't even try to stop them. I run toward the lounge chairs Austin has set up as his getaway from the world. There, curled up in a ball, is Charlie. Austin flashes his iPhone light on him, and we see his tiny body shivering in the cold night air. His lips are blue. I run toward him, swooping him up in my arms and holding him tighter than I've ever held anyone. I'm cold, Charlie says, shaking. I laugh at the nonchalant way he says it, like we haven't been scared to death, looking for him, or that he wasn't losing his mind from fear. He was curled up on a chaise lounge this entire time, and his only complaint is that he is cold. I hear Austin calling Jeannine, letting her know we found him. I pull back, looking into his eyes, still not believing he's in front of me. I run my hand over his head, smiling at the kid who, until now, I didn't know I loved as much as I do.
Why are you crying, Bryce?
You gave everyone a big scare. We didn't know where you were. He sighs.
I'm sorry. I was just exploring. I went into the stairwell and saw the light shining through from the door in the ceiling, so I climbed the ladder like I was in the Batcave. When I saw other people were up here, I hid, afraid I'd get in trouble. But when they left, I realized the door over there locked behind them.
I let out a small laugh, pulling him back into me for a big hug, loving his innocence. I was worried you were going to pretend you were Superman and leap off the building, I say.
No, Batman can't fly, not without his special suit on anyway. Besides, you're Superman, remember? If anyone can fly, it would be you.
I hug him. I hug the little guy who looks at me like I'm a superhero, even though I failed him. I lost him on my first chance. I love you, buddy. I'll never let anything happen to you again.
Charlie!
I hear Tessa yell. I lean back, walking him to where Tessa will see him sooner. As soon as she does, she runs over, falling to her knees, bringing Charlie to her chest as cries of joy escape her lips.
I'm sorry, Mommy. I didn't mean to upset you. I just wanted to explore,
Charlie says. She laughs too.
It's okay, baby. I'm just so glad to find you. You can't do that to us, okay? I know, I'm sorry.
He sniffles. Jeannine, Kathleen, and the security team come up one at a time through the door. Jeannine walks up next to Austin and cradles his arm. Austin kisses her head and then looks back down at me and Tessa, who are cradling Charlie. So this is the little guy that all of San Francisco is searching for, Austin teases as he addresses Charlie. You picked a great spot up here. It's my personal favorite. I look around at the outdoor living space that Austin created up here last year as a place to escape when Father and Missy and I were getting to him. I've never come up here before, but it definitely has a fantastic view.
This is your place?
Charlie asks Austin, who nods. Charlie shrugs.
It could use some blankets. A kid could get trapped up here.
We all laugh at his joke. Austin, this is Charlie, and this woman here is my Tessa. I look at my love and her son and introduce them. I'd like you to meet my brother Austin and his girlfriend, who is also my assistant, Jeannine. Pleasure to meet the woman who knocked my brother on his ass, Austin says. Tessa smiles.
I'm about to knock his teeth out. I've never been so scared in my entire life.
I lay a hand on her cheek. Tessa, I am so sorry. This was my first chance to prove to you that I could be a man worth relying on, and I blew it.
You didn't blow it, Bryce,
Charlie says, and we all look at him.
It's not your fault I have special powers. Ask Mom. She lost me in Whole Foods once. I was eating cheese samples.
I raise a brow. Really? She sighs.
He was 3. Kids are hard work. I've had 5 years of practice. You've only had a few weeks.
I'd like the chance to practice more. You are my family. The two of you. I promise I'll never take my eyes off him again. Ever. Not even for a call or a meeting. Anything. I vow.
I like you, Bryce, but I am definitely not following you into the bathroom,
Charlie says. I lean down and scoop him up into a big hug. I love you, Charlie. Will you give me a second chance? He looks over at his mom.
Don't ask me.
I look at Tessa. Do you forgive me? She smiles.
Yeah, I forgive you.
I lean forward and kiss her. Oddly, my brother starts with the clapping and catcalls. Jalen hits him in the arm. When Tessa rises as well, I put my arm around her. We thank the security guards and bid them a good night. They ask if we need an ambulance to check on Charlie, and we tell them we think a warm bath and Chinese food will do the trick. We follow the crowd off the roof and down the ladder. When the latch is securely in place, I give the key back to Austin with a stern warning. Ready to go home? I ask my little family. Charlie is still cradled in my arms.
1 minute,
Kathleen Clark says, drawing our attention to where she's standing in the hallway. Ever since Charlie was found, she's been quiet.
I haven't been able to hug my grandson.
She walks up to Charlie and takes him from my arms. It's at this moment she starts to cry.
I was so worried about you, you know that?
She says as she runs a hand through his hair over and over again.
Don't ever run off like that again. Do you know what would happen to Grandma if anything bad ever happened to you?
Charlie hugs her tightly, and she pulls him in like that hug is the one thing she needed in this world. When her tears have been spilled and her nose is stuffy, she looks at me.
As for you, Mr. Sexton,
she starts. I push my shoulders back and wait for the verbal pounding she's about to give me.
I'm not thrilled with what transpired earlier, and I'm livid that you lost my grandson.
I can feel Tessa's body tensing beside mine as she waits for her mother to unleash fire and fury on me.
But I can without a doubt see that you love my daughter and grandson just as much as I do.
I'd give my life for them, I state.
Just be careful, will you? Your family is cruel, and it's no place for Tessa and Charlie. I'll be watching. I hope you make the right choices moving forward,
she says. She gives Charlie another kiss on the head and hands him back to me.
Now, did I hear someone mention Chinese food?
Tessa lets out a laugh.
You want to join us for dinner?
Kathleen grabs her daughter's arm.
Since you gave me a fake last name, I haven't been able to spy on Bryce. What better way than to actually dine with the man? Where shall we go? Your place?
Kathleen asks me. Sure, I answer, unsure if that's where Tessa wants to go. Tessa skeptically eyes her mother.
You're not raiding a sock drawer, Mother. This is why I didn't tell you Bryce's real last name.
Kathleen laughs.
Oh, honey. Sock drawers are for amateurs. I bet he has a wall safe in his closet, and the password is his mother's birthday.
It should scare me that the woman is correct. The two turn around and look at me for confirmation. I, in turn, look at Charlie. Looks like I need a new hiding spot for my cape.
You're supposed to wear it under your suit,
Charlie explains. Right, I concur.
Come on.
Tessa grabs my hand.
I'd like my mom to see my new home.
My heart nearly beats out of my chest with how happy her words have just made me. You're moving in with me? I ask. She kisses my cheek.
Charlie and I have already talked about it. We're family, right?
The elevator doors open and we step inside. For the next 33 seconds, I hold on to the two most important people in my life and vow to never let go. And then Tessa asks,
You two are going to tell me what was happening when my son went missing, right?
Epilogue. Tessa. Charlie, you know you can't answer the door without our permission. I yelled at him as he runs through the 5,200 square foot penthouse we now call home. Mom, hello, he says, way too sarcastic for his age. We have a doorman. A stranger is not getting into this building without anyone knowing, he retorts. You make him sound like the Hulk. Charlie's eyes light up. Could you imagine if our doorman really was the Hulk? At night, he morphs into this giant green humanoid who clobbers villains with his incredible strength? I laugh lightly while shaking my head. Just slow down, okay? I don't want you to slip on the wood floor in your socks, I say, as I chase Charlie down the hallway when he takes off again. In my old apartment, the doorbell would ring, and I'd have 2 steps to walk to the door. In Bryce's penthouse, I have 2 floors to walk through. And since I was in my room, putting the last of my clothes away in the closet, it's taking me a bit longer to answer the door. I'm not too concerned. Since we have a doorman, visitors are usually called in. And since I didn't hear the phone ring, I know exactly who is here. I mean, there's only one person who could get past security. Uncle Austin! Charlie boasts as I open the door. Charlie, my man. What's up, big guy? Austin says as he enters through the door with his hand up in the air. Charlie jumps up to give him a high five. It's become their thing. Yes, in the short time Charlie and Austin have gotten to know each other, they've developed a bond. Just this past weekend, they played laser tag, and Austin told stories of his time in the Marines. I have a feeling Charlie's love for superheroes is going to move in the direction of army and war toys very soon. Hello, Tessa. Austin gives me a kiss on the cheek. Hi, Uncle Austin, I say with a raised brow. Come on, it's cute. He's my little buddy. Austin's blue eyes twinkle. Even though we are living with Bryce, I don't want to jump to the next step until we're ready. Austin laughs. Are you seriously worried you're gonna break up? Even if you wanted to leave Bryce, the guy would stalk you to the other side of the country. Sorry, Tessa, but you're stuck with him. And us. He swings an arm around Jalen, who comes in behind him. Jalen shrugs with a laugh. He's right. On the bright side, you get me too. Do you want to see the skyscraper we're building out of over 1,000 Lego pieces? Charlie asks, with so much enthusiasm that it makes Austin chuckle to himself. You know I do. Show me the way. Austin motions before winking at Jalen. Come on, Pyle. Let's go see what my brother spoiled Charlie with this time. I hate that nickname, she yells at Austin. He doesn't seem to care, though. He places a hand on her cheek and pulls her in for a long kiss. Ew. Charlie is looking up at them in disgust. Austin gives Jalen one more kiss. When he releases her, her eyes are still closed. Clearly, she is over whatever she was upset about a moment ago. Austin grabs her hand and pulls her with him up to Charlie's room. The room is double the size of his old room, which is a good thing because the day we moved in, Bryce surprised Charlie with an absurd amount of gifts, including a bed in the shape of the Batmobile. It was all very sweet, but too much. I was keeping Charlie from being spoiled when I was living on a budget. Now, I'm in a penthouse with my millionaire boyfriend. My job just got harder. I can't complain, though. Bryce is head over heels in love with both Charlie and me. We are both spoiled rotten, and it has nothing to do with money. It's love. It's his attention. It's the way he'll come all the way home just to read Charlie's bedtime story and then go back to work. It's the way he has rearranged his schedule to make sure he doesn't miss one Boy Scouts event, no matter how late he has to stay up to finish his work. But most importantly, it's the way he looks at both of us, like he is truly at peace when he's by our side, especially now that the Christine accusation has ended. My mother documented what she'd overheard in the hallway, should Christine try to press charges or do anything similar again. Bryce's attorneys also had his other past assistants, who he'd been intimate with, file their own letters, stating that acts were consensual. No money was exchanged between Bryce or any of the women who vouched for his character. It was just a security blanket for the future. I don't like the fact that Bryce has had relationships before we met, but I'm secure enough in ours that I won't let it affect me. We're in love. Damn, that feels good. I fill a glass with water and walk it over to the Guyana chestnut Bryce bought me. This tree was meant to bring me luck, and boy did it, tenfold. I would never have dreamed it would bring me love. That's greater than luck. "Honey, I'm home," Bryce announces as he walks through the door. He says it every time he comes home. And, as cheesy as it is, I can't help but find it incredibly sexy. Especially when he's wearing a dark suit that's molded to his perfectly strong frame, and his hair is a little wild from a long day of running his hands through it, and he's wearing those sunglasses, making him look all GQ, like he is right this very second. He doesn't even get another word out before I am across the room and in his arms. His hands go right for my ass, and he lifts me off the ground. I wrap my arms around him and kiss him like I haven't seen him in years. He kicks the door closed, shoves his glasses off, and walks me over to the living room. It's a grand room with 2-story windows and sweeping views of the city. It's a gorgeous room with a stunning view. But it's got nothing on the man who is laying me on the couch and settling himself in between my legs, as our mouths are hot and our bodies are heavy with need. His mouth trails down to my neck. "I thought you didn't like PDA when Charlie's home." "He's upstairs with Austin and Jeannine," I say with a slight pant. "Well then, we shouldn't get too carried away." He places one more kiss on my lips and then lifts his weight off me a bit. "Tonight, you're mine." I bite my lip and nod. Now that we're in a large home with multiple bedrooms, I'm okay with being intimate with Bryce while Charlie's home. We just make sure to lock the door, and if Charlie happens to wake up, all action stops so I can tend to my son. Lucky for us, he's been a sound sleeper ever since we moved in. Bryce sits up on the couch
and pulls my legs onto his lap. He leans over and lifts a white bag off the floor. "What's that?" I ask. "I had it in my hand when I walked in, but you were too busy molesting me that you didn't realize I had it." I hit him in the side of the arm. He chuckles. "I saw it in the same window display where I got your Superman shirt." I sit up a little to open the bag and pull out a folded blue t-shirt. He winks and gives me a sexy as sin grin as I open it to see what it says. "I would walk across Legos for you." I laugh out loud. "I never knew true love until I stepped on a Lego," he says. "Aw, my hero would save me from the dungeon surrounded by Legos instead of a moat." I hold the shirt to me and lean over to give Bryce a kiss. "I love it. Thank you." "I knew you would. You have no idea how happy I am to come home, knowing you're here." I look back at his impossibly handsome face, at the kind brown eyes and his gloriously full mouth. He's so beautiful, yet it's nothing compared to his heart, his soul, and his love for Charlie and me. "I have a surprise for you, too," I tell him. "I went to a travel agency today and booked a little vacation for us." "You did?" He raises a brow, intrigued. "I know you're crazed with the Seattle purchase, but I spoke to Austin, and he said the deal would be closed by the middle of summer. Regardless of whether it is or isn't, he promised he'd take care of everything for you while we're gone." I speak fast and then bite my lip, wondering if he'll be annoyed. Bryce has made time for Charlie and me, but a week away from the office is a big leap. For me as well. But this isn't for a few months, and I think I can swing it. "Where are we going?" he asks. "Maui," I say with raised shoulders. I mean, it's no Fiji, but there's a direct flight, and I found a great hotel that's both romantic for us and has a ton for Charlie. I love it." He smiles, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. "You do? I wanted to surprise you, but then panicked. I want you to have it all. There are things you gave up for your job. I understand why you work the way you do. I just want to make sure you remember to stop and take a breath." His hand rises, and his thumb draws those circles along my cheek that I love so much. "I decided to hire another vice president. Did you know I have 11 senior vice presidents who work under me now?" The answer is no, I did not. And that seems like a lot of people to work under him when he works like a dog. Bryce laughs a little. "There were so many aspects of the company I refused to give up control over, because it was easier to bury myself with work than to dream. I still need to be involved. Hell, if I don't watch out, my father and Missy will finally get what they've been fighting for. But I need to spend more time with you and Charlie. That's why I'm hiring someone to take away some of my responsibilities. I know what I need to be personally involved with. I also know that I have a family now, and they want me to go to Hawaii." There isn't a playbook when it comes to Bryce Sexton. Just when you think you have him figured out, he goes and changes the game. When I met him, he was all work and no play. I thought he resented his job for that. But the more I've watched him, listened to him on the phone, or spied on him in the home office, I've learned something interesting. He actually likes what he does. He was just bitter because of how it was thrust upon him. His anger became his crutch. His fight with his father and stepmother isn't over. They're still trying to dismantle the company, and the brothers will stop at nothing to keep them from succeeding. We'll see what happens when Tanner comes home after graduation. I'm looking forward to meeting the mysterious little brother. I don't know what lies in the next chapter of our lives. What I do know is I'm in it to win it. Truth or dare, I love Bryce, and there is nothing that will keep me away from him again. He must sense my need for a kiss right now, because he leans down and resumes his position over me. I fall flat to the cushions and sink in as his body pushes right up against mine. My hands are in his hair. His are gripping my hips. We're making out like teenagers when a knock on the door interrupts our kiss. Bryce growls into my shoulder and then pulls back. "Hold that thought," he says, and gets up. I sit up and adjust my shirt. Charlie's loud footsteps echo as he comes barreling down the stairs. "Who's here?" I look up to see him standing on the staircase. Austin and Jalen are right behind him. "I don't know," I say, and then pause. That's weird. We didn't get a call from the doorman. Austin's brows furrow. "I thought I was the only one who got the privilege." I tilt my head to the side as I try to think of who it could be. Bryce comes walking back into the room. His face is a mix of confusion, annoyance, and odd amusement. We look back at him with side eyes, wondering who is at the door. "Tanner's here," he says. I look at Bryce, questioning why Tanner is here and why he has such a bewildered expression on his face. Then he clarifies. "And he has a wife." This concludes Bryce by Lauren Renaud and Jeannine Colette. Narrated by Alex Kidd and Amelie Griffin. Copyright 2018 by Jeannine Colette and Lauren Renaud. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lauren Renaud and Jeannine Colette and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.